Peace and love, everyone. Happy Saturday. I'm Dulcinea.
Peace and love, and ready to get started. Y'all know me, Sister Freedom, Big Mama.
It's a Friday night, and the mood is right. Hey, y'all. Happy Friday. Daughters of the Sea here.
It's so crazy.
It is Friday. It's that. Wait a minute. It's Saturday night.
Saturday night. Yeah, we missed Friday, y'all, and our apologies for that. Our guest did drop out, so we weren't able to go on live Friday night, but we're very excited tonight to have Rod Hayes with us. He's been dropping knowledge since we actually got him on the phone. I'm so excited. What were you saying, Sister Freedom?
No, I said he's been dropping knowledge. That's why I said let's go live, because we want to hear the knowledge that he's dropping. Peace, everybody.
How are people doing out there? So we was talking about before we went hot.
Well, you want to introduce yourself, Mr. Rod Hayes, and tell us a little bit about yourself?
It ain't really much to tell. It's just I'm just one of us.
About yourself. Oh, that's my phone, y'all. Sorry about that.
I'm just one of us that see something that the rest of us don't see, telling the rest of us what we missing and why we missing it, and how our perception has been shifted. Now that people are starting to see what I'm talking about, we in for what's called a paradigm shift, right? We got to shift out of the old energy in order to shift into the new energy. And the new energy is matriarchal energy for the new age. The history of the earth has always came through the womb of the women. We can argue everything we want to, but we can't disprove that. So they try to tell us that God is a man, and everybody that come into this physical realm got to come through a uterus. They tell us that they made man and made woman from his rib. But where was the baby gestating at during that time it was growing? What womb was it in? Because you can't get here. It's proven. You can't get here in the physical form as a child of the earth, the stars, and the moon, and the sun if you don't come through the portal of life.
Okay.
It's the only entrance into this realm. So everybody can come up with every excuse for the masculine supremacy. And I'm going to keep telling them the God man, the most masculine one, is the one that's going to tell you that God is the woman. Because he wants you to know the truth, not because he wants to humiliate you. Because once you understand the truth, and then you can see where the shift took place, you can help us put the new world back in order. That's all we here for. I'll be back in another 26,000 years to do this shit again and be mad as hell that they had to call me from my rest.
Okay. And you know what? That's what I love about the Indian from the land, from this land, because they let me see, they highly put the matriarch. They highly put us. They love.
That's all of the tribes tell you that before we do that, we have to go consult with the clan mother. They all said that. It's documented. It's not it's no fantasy shit. This is documented by the motherfuckers that invaded us. So they told us that sell land. All the chiefs tell them the same thing. That's absurd. We can't sell you no land because only the clan mothers can own it. So they tried to trick us with paperwork. That's where the problem came in, because they conditioned us using uniforms and uniform commercial code as the application of law. But it was the admiralty jurisdiction in the override of the law of the land, which is the great law. So the women say, no more. Was this admiralty shit? We only following the great law now. It's already in the public domain by one of the clan mothers in Canada talking to the Pope. It's not a secret. Right? And that's how we gave public notice to all of the clans, because all of the clans is involved. Even the ones that think that we ain't talking up for them, we talking up for them too. They just don't know it yet. Because one thing about it, we fight amongst each other, but I promise you this, we'll burn this bitch down, get us pissed.
Okay.
Right? So we can fight amongst each other, but right now we getting the imposters out the way first, and then we can fight in a more civil manner. Right? But if you don't know civics, you don't know how to be civil. And if you want to be the master of your own destiny, you have to live the applied civics. Civics is taking you back to the law of the land. Right? And when you get back to the law of the land, you stuck under the law of the matriarchs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been said 1,000 times over, there will be no balance until the great mother is did what? Put back on her throne.
Back on her throne.
So,
Dulcie, I'm sorry.
That's the order of the day. Put her back on her throne.
So I'm quite sure the questions is great. Start, Dulcie.
Yes, I wanted to go in, especially what you just were mentioning about like how we need to actually get back to where we need to be before we start going at each other. But right now, there's such a big argument in the community about who we are, which is distracting us from getting back on our land, teaching our children the ways of our ancestors and different things like that. So if you could go a little bit on like who we are. Are we the Moors? Are we the Indians? Are we Hebrew Israelites? Who are we?
We the clans organic to the land who've been invaded by people that look like us, that's not us, that's trying to disassociate us from the land in order to capture the land holdings from the mothers. I'm the cleanup man. I'm the baby boy that come at the end of all of the rest of them that couldn't figure it out and tell them what they missed. It was all part of a protracted struggle of 500 years war. It's supposed to have been over in 1992. Right? So we go back to what happened in 1992. Rodney King got beat by the police.
Mm-hmm.
So King Rodney was put in their custody. Simultaneously, two things is transpiring on two different parts of the land. They see the Rodney King beaten, but they don't see King Rodney being wrapped up by the police and put in the car. Two things playing out on the land at the same time in the public domain, but do the tribes remember their culture? Because if you don't remember your culture, you will never know that the elders is talking to you and the ancestors is using what they have in front of you to reveal what they're doing behind you. Right? So while the ancestors is forcing the hand of those who's trying to oppress us, they reveal in their dirt, because everything they do has to be put in the public domain so we can show the people in some form or another. Normally they put it in the forms of art and entertainment because we don't take it serious.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then they tell the story. And then they tell there's so much symbolism that you have to know hieroglyphics so you can read what's being said. Because they talk in the images of animals and automobiles. Right? So we get fast and furious right before the Transformers convert into the gorillas. It's a cannonball run, a scavenger hunt, race across the land, chasing the drag queen that's trying to impersonate the queen.
Mm.
The Statue of Liberty. Right? Where the Treaty of Peace and Friendship was signed in Paris. Where we got the Statue of Liberty from. A drag queen. Right? And what they erect at the same time in Paris? The Eiffel Tower. The same designer. I fell to a drag queen on the land. And they call her Martha Washington. And that's how you chop down the cherry tree. You replace it with testicles.
Facts.
So now there's no true air coming from the leadership arena because the leadership is artificial and it's a drag race across the land. So they strike out on the Louisiana expedition in order to map out the Louisiana territory to get the drag queen from the East Coast to the West. So now the Chiefs got to follow and backtrack in order to chase the drag queen on the cannonball run to pick up all of the pieces to the puzzle that put it all back together. So they said that when they did the Lewis and Clark expedition, that all of our castles was empty. Why are our castles empty? Because we don't send our sons to war if we ain't going with them. I don't care if I'm 90 years old. My son's going to war. I'm going to be one of the shooters.
Okay.
And that's the reason why the Chiefs wore the war bonnets, to make them visible to the rest of the clan and show them the direction that he going. We didn't wear that shit on a day-to-day basis. They act like we just walked around in that shit like that was our everyday dress code. That was for ceremonial purposes. And if we go into war, the tribes need to see us at a distance. So we wore the war bonnet. They know where the chief at. Whatever happened, they ain't gonna let the chief fall, even though he the first in the march. So then they told us we lived in teepees. We didn't live in no goddamn teepees. That was camp settlements on our way to the Gullah Wars. But we don't know our culture, so we can't read that shit. So Elijah Muhammad say, accept your own and be yourself. Noble Drew Ali say, you are what your ancestors were without a doubt or contradiction. Put your hands and knees and motherfucking forehead on the ground and ask Mother Earth where you belong. There won't be no mistake whether you from this side of the water or not. We the only ones talk to Mother Earth like that. They simulated in Islam with what they call as-salat.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But they don't know what we was doing when we got down in that position. They didn't know we was consulting with the greatest oracle of them all, Mother Earth herself, because she'd give you the whole history of the earth if you mentally strong enough to accept it. They call that reading the Akashic records. Because her daughter Akasha was the bookkeeper of all time. Until they pissed off her sister, she came out raging about her babies and they called her Kalima. And Sekhmet. But when you put it all together, then you can reach the infinite potential that we was all meant to reach. But they keep tricking us with the BS. Yeah.
I agree.
And that's a critical part of shadow work too. That's part of knowledge of self. Tapping into the ancestral realm is tapping back into your DNA reservoir. All of the ancestors are present in you. If you listen, you can hear them, and you can hear them arguing with each other when the dirty one's trying to put you up to do some bullshit. But we ain't tuned in like that no more. We've been too busy trying to catch the Holy Ghost in the church where we put ourselves under the Amen spell of the unknown gods, telling the gods to remain unknown. So we could never get our shit back because the God that's known is the Aten, high noon, solar disk. Can't miss it. Right there, dead center of the sky. But the Amun comes out with the moon. At night, in the dark, behind the scenes where you can't recognize the God. And that's why they say, let your light shine into the world. Be the Aten and not the Amun.
Okay.
Don't hide in the shadows, come out in the light. Or be the light that you bring. And let the light rest on the truth and stand in the position of right, the rightful heirs.
Okay, well, let me ask my question. Do you see us on this land? Do you see us being African, or do you consider us African?
No, we're not Africans. We sprung up all over the world as with the dark mother in the beginning. It was all females and they all was melanated. But they also carry a spectrum within their genome. And so the 12 daughters of Isis is representative of the 12 signs of the zodiac that sit around the Tawaret seat in the center. On Earth, it's the 12 daughters of Isis, which made up the 12 distinctly different genotypes that became phenotypes on the planet, or 12 nations. This is why they be talking that Israel shit, but it don't got nothing to do with the Bible, because the Bible is made the same way you make a vaccine. You core out the virus, and then you use the shell to build the immune system. They trying to make us accept part of a shell of our historical record as the whole and entirety of the truth, when it's only a shell of what we used to do thousands of years ago. But the genetic memory make us believe it because the part of the story they tell, we already know. Jesus is Isis, and her son is Emmanuel. We called him in ancient Kemet Heru. And the hero, as really not who he is, that's the position he holds as the heir to the throne, being the fruit of his mother's loin. He's a mama's boy. This is where masonry springs from. Now, the only thing is, mama gonna pick somebody to counterbalance him based on her star chart. What's her birthday? And then she gonna time together in the heart chakra. That's called passing off your mitochondrial host. Right? This is what arranged marriages used to be. People think they still choosing their wife all the time. It's an arranged marriage through the energy, because when you do it in the spiritual, it manifests in the physical. And mama already picked who she gonna pair you with, and you ain't got no control over it, but you think you do.
The creed.
And every time you try to talk to the one that she told you you can't have, you don't get no play. In the higher your spiritual rank, the harder it is to play that game.
So what you're saying is, if you don't believe that we are African, then you don't believe that the slave trade ever took place?
That's an educational construct that's used to disassociate us from the land.
Okay, but do you believe that they could have brought some slaves over here? Like
they brought slaves, but they wasn't from Africa.
They was already on these lands.
No, they brought slaves with them. We knew, because we know the wars they fought. They fought Mongolians, Huns, and Vedics. They tell you that they brought the slaves when they came, but they didn't bring no slave ships from Africa. The slave ships came from Europe.
That's different. That's now.
It's in the history books. It's not even debated. When the settlers came, they brought servants with them.
Okay. When
the servants didn't look like us.
The undone people that came over on these lands.
Right. The servants didn't look like us.
Because they're visitors. I always make that clear to them. When they tell back to Africa,
when they was bringing them over here, they had to create Indian schools so they can teach them how to replace us. This ain't no secret. Pull up the pictures of Indian schools and it'll show you little Asian people that they saying is Indian. And they're using the Indian schools to teach them how to be Indians. They imitating us. This is what the switch out happened on the so-called Trail of Tears. That's when they marched all of us back into the South as the old Mississippian tribe root clans. They didn't want to carry them to the Reds, but some of them still got there. Somebody had to teach them people the culture to keep up certain rituals in order to maintain a certain level of balance while we was in the conflict. Right? I was telling the sister earlier, it's a video on YouTube of Mama Mashpee Mama Bear. And in the video, she said, y'all stop being so hateful toward the black people, because if it wasn't for them, we would have all got wiped out. They did the slave thing to save all of us. But what are they talking about? They talking about the George Washington Challenge, which was the conjure wars that we were fighting. And the only way out is to educate yourself to you the highest educated out of all of them on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I was studying and reading books and trying to do self-development. I wasn't trying to get in no position to be teaching nobody anything. I was just trying to self-improve.
Mm-hmm.
But the sheer level of information that I was able to consume over a period of time made me qualified to fulfill a certain function as one of the chiefs on the land. But I can't take the test to be the chief until I turn 50. Women's take the test at 40.
Mm.
Right? So when I get ready to turn 50, all hell break loose on me. So now, 5 years later, all heaven about to break loose. I call that a turnaround if I ever seen one.
Mm. I know that's right. But this is the age of Aquarius, so I hope this is the age of information. So much is going to come out.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dots, I know you got a question.
Mm-hmm. Let me put in my other, hey y'all. All right, so peace again, right. So like, we know like history is told in the eyes of the victor, right?
Yeah.
And whenever there's like a concerted effort or like this messaging to mute a group of people's voices, that there's power behind that. So when you speak about uplifting, women to their rightful place, I don't want to misquote you, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Makes complete sense. Now, my question to you actually is twofold. The first question would be, when you say, our women, rise them up, like what nation do they come from? Who are you referring to? Is this all women across the globe?
Look.
Are you speaking about a specific, a specific lineage? That's the first one. So what nation are you trying to uplift in terms of the divine feminine voice? And then the second, actually, I'm gonna let you answer that first, and then I'll follow up with my second question.
12 daughters of Isis. All different skin colors and hair textures. The 12 daughters of Isis are the matriarchs of the 12 lands of the earth. The Isis seat is in the Grand Canyon. The simulation of the Isis seat is the house of Pharaoh in Kemet. But the real power seat is in the Grand Canyon, the original temple of Isis. So when I talk about putting the women back in their rightful place, I'm talking about restoring the matriarchal structures of the 12 daughters of Isis and Isis herself, the Great Mother, which is only a title. When you say Isis, people think you're talking about a specific person, but many people have held the Isis seat. And this is why you have so many people reincarnated saying, I'm Isis, and think they remember holding the seat. They probably not lying. But we call that the Sybil effect, because they all in a hive mind group. And they can only be in the hive mind group by going through a process of weeding out the parasites from the true supporters of the sisterhood.
Mm-hmm.
And they use me for a crash dummy to weed out some of those frauds. So using me as a crash dummy, I don't give a damn. I'm a whole gorilla. I can take it. And I can defend myself too, because I'm a Scorpio and I will sting that ass. So when I talk about restoring the Great Mother, that's restoring the proper heir to their proper position in order for the proper structure to be restored so that we can have balance. That's all it's about, is restoring the balance in humanity to match the balance in nature. They call it voodoo, and that's why they didn't want us to practice it. Because it teaches you to identify your ancestral links wherever you're from on Earth. And then you get to study all of the priesthood. So when I talk about the women being restored to their proper place, I'm just talking about put the structure back in place that belong on Earth for Earth to run the way Earth is supposed to run, and we have heaven on earth at that time. Did that answer you?
Somewhat. So these 12, okay, all right, let me make sure I understand you. So what you're saying is that these 12
daughters, vices, or
so that they come from 12 different, so in essence, they will rule over 12 different nations? Is that what I'm hearing?
Or regions, you would probably call it regions. Nation is a term used in the English language to impose admiralty.
Right. So where are those nations? So where are those nations specifically? Can tell me where those nations are, or the regions, if you will.
So there's Eurasia was broke up into 4 sections. What we call the motherland was broke up into 4 sections, and the Americas was broke up into 4 sections. Each section had a matriarch that governed over that area, and it's really to allocate the resources equitably across the land to make sure everybody have food, clothing, shelter. And those sections had their matriarchs, and then they all had one they elect to sit as the big mama. This is going to automatically happen by nature. And the women who are partakers of it, as the energies from the sun continue to shoot these flares down here, they're going to start becoming aware of their rank and position in the area that they can manage resources for. Because when we talk about the royal families of the earth, our job is to take care of the people. That's why they call us shepherds. And the women are the compassionate energy of love that allows mothers to oversee children without losing her shit. That's the same energy we're trying to usher back into the collective of the human family.
Okay.
Nisha. Stanga. The real.
I'll pass.
Okay.
Okay, so we have someone going off in the chat, and I have a question based on that. So he said we had gynocracy and matriarchy in the Black America since the 60s, and our community is ish. Big Mama ruined Black America. So there's a lot of talking points around what we've known or heard of, like the Kevin Samuels, Red Pill, Manosphere, where they're saying that the government actually combined with the women and made a matriarchy to ruin the Black family. What do you say about those people that have those talking points of as far as using Black women to tear down Black men in the Black family?
That's feminism. That's not matriarchy. Feminism is the counter to, it's the tail side of the patriarchal coin to usurp the rightful place of women in the society. Feminism and matriarchy clash. They're not compatible. This is why you see a lot of sisters that joined the feminist movement. They left in disgust because it wasn't the matriarchal structure of the tribes. The men in the tribal structure of matriarchy are required to do men shit. In the feminist movement, the men are required to pretend to be women. Because on the patriarchal side of the coin, the patriarchs, all of them are boy lovers. They still Romans, still at the end of the day. So they want to usurp the matriarchy with the feminist movement, and people ain't even paid attention to half of the original feminists was drag queens. Teaching that doctrine to the women as if it's the doctrine of the matriarchy in order to confuse the genetic memory of the people. We know that the women can manage the household and that the men hold a specific function, but if the men is being systematically blocked from carrying a portion, then it makes it an off-balance system. And this is about how the feminists was able to undermine the rise of the matriarchs. But what he's talking about is total feminism.
I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to agree with you, and I'm glad that you explained that and the difference between the two, because feminism, as I stated when I was speaking to one of the other brothers on a different platform, has hurt relationships. It has hurt the household. It really has, because the women have been given a specific position. Has made insecurity fall in the man, because now she talks to him like she's on, like they on the same level now. So feminism has hurt relationships, because I remember when we started wearing pants, well, at least in Atlantic City. I remember when we started wearing pants. And to me, psychologically, when we started wearing pants, we started feeling like we were on the same level as a man. Just like when a man started wearing pink shirts, lavender and peach, it almost put in the tight jeans, skinny leg tight jeans and stuff. It pushed them on the level of being
Feminine.
And then the house chores changed. Now, a lot of people don't agree with me because this is 2024. But when I grew up, like I was saying, men didn't do girly work. He did the outside chores. He took the trash out. Every now and then he might have swept the floor, but he didn't do the same chores as the woman did with washing the dishes and things of that nature. But now in 2024, it's different because everybody's on the same level. So that's what feminism did. They don't understand that what you're explaining is two different situations. So I appreciate that you explained it the way you did. And you put Big Mama back on the level of soul food, in a sense. You
Big
put
Mama,
Big Mama back on the level of all the grandkids coming to stay over grandmom's house. Every weekend it's a barbecue. Grandmom had frozen cups and candy apples out for you. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference. The matriarch was mama. Big mama to the church, big mama to the block, big mama to the community. And I hope they see the difference in what you are conveying in your last statements. So my question that
let
I
me
would
comment on what you said right quick, because you said something that's real important to understand. It's not about being on different levels. It's about being on balance.
Right. I agree.
You remember when you go to Big Mama house for the barbecue, Big Mama is in the kitchen. She cooking collard greens, black eyed peas, cornbread. But who outside barbecuing?
Daddy's outside at that grill.
That's Big Papa. That's Uncle Joe. That's Uncle Willie. They out there drinking and talking loud and barbecuing all around the barbecue, while Big Mama in the kitchen cooking. That's balance. She can't cook and barbecue at the same time. That's balance. Right? The man is still needed. Who gonna grab that side of beef when we finna feed 250 people and drag it across the field and put it on the fire? That's Big Papa and them job.
That's right. Absolutely.
And while they out there doing that and chopping firewood for the barbecue, mom in there wiping snotty noses, changing diapers, giving babies baths that they got dirty throughout the day. Got aunties in the kitchen, weaving like a well-organized machine. We carrying out our family functions to help the family according to our skill set. So we learn to be trained in the area where we can best support the structure of the family as being functional. We have to remember they put it on the record already that one of their prime tools of oppression was to break up our family structure because we was too strong.
Mm-hmm.
And this was the tribes doing this. This is how we lived. Everybody had something that your skill set made you qualified, you the most qualified, you obligated to fulfill the function. That's why I'm right here doing this conversation right now. Not because I want to, because I hate social media with a passion. I don't care what I hate. My people come first. I can get over it. I can live through the struggle. I'm built for this shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can get punched in the face, but I'm going to punch back.
Okay.
Right? I don't mind it. It's the problem don't come in from the enemy because I can whoop their ass. The problem come in is from the friendly fire. The ones that's supposed to be supporting our return to the land and reclaiming our shit, but they got confused as to their own self-identity and think they from somewhere else. A fictitious place that don't exist. They from ancient Morocco. The word ain't even 500 years old. So how you from ancient Morocco? The word not ancient. You don't have an ancient map that say Morocco. When you pull up a map of the Americas and say what was the lay of the land tribally before 1492, I don't see Morocco on that list of tribes. They all listed. The major tribes across the land are listed from Canada all the way. If you want to, you can go into South America with it. But none of them is called Morocco. None of them is called Moor. They got names like Choctaw, Chickasaw, right? The terms that we got from the oppressors, like the Mohawk, the Tomahawk, them weren't original names. Them was exonyms, right? But we used the name because we was in a transition across the land. So we didn't care what they called us as long as we got to the Gullah War. We didn't know that they was genociding us on paper with these terms and replacing us with foreigners to pretend to be us.
Okay.
Right? So they disassociate us with the slave narrative, which was strictly for educational purposes only. It was created in Notre Dame University, and the slave ship proves it as the blueprint for where the narrative was drawn up. It was all under the directive of the French. And that's why the Eiffel Tower sits where the Treaty of Peace and Friendship was drawn up. And wasn't no tribal chiefs over there. Not one. We had nothing to do with that shit. That had nothing to do with us. You don't see nobody named Chief nothing on there. You don't even see no L's and Bays on there. Or no Ali's signing that peace treaty. So how is that our history? That's the dogma. Morals and dogma. Albert Pike, remember? The moral people are going to be the righteous people, and the righteous people are the people that's in the position of the right. Even if you call them civilly mortis, meaning they dead by the law, we only dead to the Admiralty jurisdiction that claim we crashed our landmass into their ship, the good ship Plymouth. Y'all, they switched the name in the history books and called it Mayflower now. But it's the Plymouth. And Malcolm said we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. So when Lois and Clark is doing their survey, they trying to determine the extent of the wreckage from us crashing our landmass into their ship. So we all presumed dead and lost at sea, so they call us black. But it's also significant reference to those stealthy priests that wore the color commonly associated with the term. The Black Wolf Clan, the Black Eagle Clan, the Black Hawk Clan, the Blackfoot Clan, right? The Black Cougar Clan, which we know today is the Black Panther Clan. All these different clans are the clans that's fighting the actual conjure war of self-identity lost in a contract, a blood oath, then the secondary constitution that's kept in the George Washington Masonic Memorial was written in the blood of the Chief Crispus Attucks in order to keep us under the conjure spell. It's the same as the continuation of the ancient spell of Kingu that's put us in this Kali Yuga. When you break one, you break them all. It's cycles within cycles, and if you don't never break out the cycles, you're stuck in an infinity loop, forever repeating the same bullshit over and over until you get it right. The exit from the infinity loop is where the pieces all meet in the middle, on both sides. It's an 8 on this side. 6 over the 9 makes an 8. 69 is balance. This is why they say he stood on Pisces and Vesica Pisces. It's the same thing, 2 water signs. One is a crab and one is 2 fish. And a crab is a crip. Unless he a crip on the flip, then he's a Pyru with the C on his side. It's 2 tribal knocks in the code that we have to figure out. And all it is, the fish is, I will make you fisher of men. Well, you first got to make me a fish hook. So King James bent the I into a J to conceal who Isis was, so we'll be perpetually confused. Because if you straighten out the J, it's going to go right back to Isis. That means it's going to be returned back to mama. So you teach a man to fish, and he can eat for a lifetime. I'm a fishing motherfucker. My mama taught me to fish at an early age.
Scorpio, very analytical. Let me ask you this. What made you think? What made you get into believing, or when your eyes started being open, that you thought, that you came across and believed, or even knowing that the slave trade did not take place? The way
ship
that
narrative doesn't make sense. The slave ship narrative is it defies all logic.
Mm-hmm.
They said we was packed in the hull of the ship like sardines, man to man, foot to head.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And the construction that they was using for them wooden ships back then, that's a gas chamber in 2 days. You got to remember, you got 9 seafaring people on the ocean. What happened to you when you get seasick? Don't you get nauseous?
Oh, absolutely.
So that means you're going to be throwing up. So it's going to be vomit. Going to be full of vomit down there because there's a whole bunch of people that's not seafaring. Right? Then, to take it a step further, you're going to have bathrooms. Ain't no bathrooms.
Same question.
So where they shitting and pissing at? Back then, they used to shit on something called the poop deck. And this is where you get your term swab the deck. That means go clean the bathroom, motherfucker. There's shit everywhere. But if you got that many people shackled and chained, you can't run bathroom breaks enough for everybody to get relief. So it's going to be a whole lot of buildup of fecal matter and urine in the hull of the ship. Anybody that didn't smell hot piss know that ammonia gonna be kicking. You ever smell a bottle of ammonia?
Yes.
Okay, imagine that shit everywhere. It's a gas chamber. This is supposed to be a 90-day journey. It's only a 2-week journey from Europe to New York. Y'all got to pay attention.
Right.
It's a 2-week journey from Europe to New York. It's a 90-day journey from Africa to the islands where they called the Middle Passage.
In the 1500s.
That don't make no fucking sense.
What did they eat? What kind of water did they drink? Who went down in there and could smell that and feed people and give them water?
Right. And can I ask a question to back up that just really quick before it goes to you, Dots? When it's saying, and you know, they're experiencing all these like gas chamber conditions, like you're saying, but they were strong enough to make it across, but many of them died. But they said that as far as the original people that looked like us that were on these lands, most of them died off because of the diseases that the European brought along. Can you talk about that, some of how they tried to quote like 90% of the original people died off?
That's a convenient story to separate your identity away from the land. It's more likely that the people on the slave ship died off than the people from the land died off. Basic logistics and basic critical thinking would tell you that. If we in the open air, they in the closed chamber. It's a difference, right? So some of us probably did die off from the diseases that the Europeans brought.
They died off on this land. Why not?
We still dying from shit that they brought. Why we ain't stopped dying from the shit that they brought if we still here? I'm Mississippi clay dirt walking. I know where I'm from. My roots go right down that Mississippi River. Mississippi red clay dirt walking. You could smear me with it, and if you didn't know that I was smeared with it, you wouldn't even know I had dirt on me. I know where I'm from. It's not a secret. And the earth tells me where I'm from by the resonance of what we call the nativity. The nativity of the Christ, the anointing. The anointing is the oils. The oils are in the ground that's telling us where we come from. But we want to go with the narratives that other people tell us who we is rather than following what our ancestors told us. Here's the thing, go to the roots. Fiddler is telling the people when Kunta Kinte get there, this is the African Guinea nigga. See, we don't know nothing about no Africans. We was already here. Why is this in the slave movie? Why is this fiddler saying we don't know nothing about no Africans?
I remember that too.
Right? So they telling you, but they still shrouded in a fairy tale. So we don't have a personal issue with Africans.
No.
Because they got done the same way we did. But I can tell you this, in the 1800s, they took some of us and set up a whole nation over there called Liberia.
Liberia, I knew you was going to say it. You better talk. You better talk.
So we know they took us over there. And we know that all of the Africans that I didn't talk to, none of them have it in their historical record of mass amounts of people being extracted from the land. It don't exist. But what you do have is 10 to 12 here and there being snatched up by Arab slave traders before they rally the troops. Right? That's been going on long before the slave trade. The Arabs started that shit. The Jews financed it and Europe carried it out. But we didn't know that the Europeans carrying it out looked like us because they whitewashed them in the history books so we could always look at the pale face as the guilty culprit. When they just used the pale face to keep us out of institutions. So Big Mama said, don't worry about it. Bring them all over here, the ones they don't want, and we're going to educate them and send them in to overrun their institutions and put the secrets out in the open. So when Noble Drew Ali came, he gave them the green light. What happened? We had something called the spiritualist movement in the 1900s, where they was doing the rapping and tapping on the tables to tell us in the future what was going on in the past. So when we picked up hip hop, we started rapping and tapping on the tables and spitting the past out in the present. It's the old conjure. That's from New Orleans. That's the whole rapping conjure is a New Orleans-based conjure from root magic in the deep woods of the motherfucking Louisiana bayou. That's where it come from with the old juke joints. This is where jazz come from. Rock and roll, bluegrass, country music. It all comes from that conjure because we always believed in putting the message on the drum. And all of them needed the drum, except for Scott Joplin. He used the piano because that's what they brought with them when they came from Europe. They didn't never expect that we would be able to learn to master the piano and come up with our own music that made that classical music sound like shit. So Scott Joplin said, let me ever go at it. And they called it ragtime. And it was the birth of the music industry, selling his sheet music for a penny a page. And he wasn't getting a dime of it. Old sharecropper agreements. You created and we gonna capitalize on it. Benjamin Franklin discovered electricity with a key on a kite, and he didn't get fried. Make that shit make sense. Because he sure would have been fricassee. He would have been roast cracker. If that motherfucking lightning would have hit the key with that string on there. He forgot lightning followed the path of least resistance. The key becomes a conductor and the electricity shoot both ways up the string. And we supposed to believe that shit? The first automobiles being made over here, they credited to a paleface. But it was brothers who was already driving cars in the 1800s first. They the ones who was creating those crank up engines. They still got the flyers. You can find the flyers from the brothers' cars that was back then. They want us to not know who we is, but we always know our handiwork if we the salt of the earth. What do salt do to your food? Don't it balance out all the flavors? Okay, so what do we use to balance out the society? We use arts and entertainment. And this is how they brought the sharecropper agreement into the entertainment industry. So they can capitalize on the natural expression of the people and monetize that shit for they self and they self gain.
Yes. Okay. I agree. Yeah, history is always told from the point of view, of the victor. That's just what it is. Just real quickly before I ask my question, because when we were talking about, the rise of the divine feminine, I was thinking about my uncle, because when I was younger, he always surrounded himself with nothing but women. And I remember asking him, like, Uncle Dorian, why, why all your friends, or why you always around all these women? And what he told me? He was like, listen, because they're my coat of armor, right? Because when you, as a man, surround yourself with women, you become infallible. We'll take a bullet for you if we believe in you. Ain't nothing happening if we standing next to you. We stay ready. And that always stuck with me. You know what I mean? All right. I just wanted to say that. Now, I know you have a unique perspective when it comes to creation, right? The creation of different races. So can you speak to that? What is your belief around that?
Well, we do have every race in the genome of the Dark Mother. Right. What we call races, they're not races. They tribal genetic types. Right. But the term race is applied to the game of the gods and trying to race to the conclusion of the closing of the age. So when we using the races in terms like melting pot, one drop of blood, stuff like this, they're telling us in code what's taking place. So this takes us to what Bobby Hemmett calls the great debauchery, where the natural evolutionary process of humans was interrupted by scientists in the laboratory that caused genetic mutations. You're going to notice in about 20 years that mutations are going to start to decrease because all of those mutations now are under scrutiny by the mitochondria, who is the factor that clears up genetic defects in Y chromosomes and X chromosomes. But the Y chromosome specifically, because a lot of the defects came in riding on the Y chromosome based on what was done in the laboratory. They altered the genetic structure of humans to keep them perpetual slaves and never have a right to ascend to higher consciousness. What happens when they try to ascend to higher consciousness is the body begins to deteriorate and break down. Excuse me. A prime example is Stephen Hawkins. He was only left brain. He never activated his right brain. Because his intellect was so high, he didn't have the right brain to offset the rapid firing of the neurons in the space of the silver liquid. The silver liquid is the liquid that your cerebral spinal fluid pump at birth. As you develop, you're supposed to develop into where you're pumping a right brain, left brain simultaneous pump and draws up what's called the sacred secretion from the root chakra all the way up to the brain. This in turns make the silver liquid become gold in color. And when it does that, the right brain abstract creativity of the mother side of the brain, in the Queen's chamber sits the pineal gland that received the psychic impressions from source. So what they did in the laboratory with the people is turned off right brain reactivity by genetic splicing of the DNA. When they done that, now we are under a judgment from Prime Creator for violating the rules in the free will universe. The will of a group of people has been undermined by scientists in the laboratory that prevents them from natural rights of ascension. In the same text that tell us about this genetic defects, the Sumerian tablets, it also tells us that the remedy for the problem is to give them the blood of the gods. They ain't talking about the men, they talking about the sisters. Because she is the genome corrective analysis comes through the mitochondria. But she first have to assess the genome, right? And assessing the genome, when at the close of the age, you get the source codes in, they already came in, the women now holding the source codes that will correct all of the defects that was created in the laboratory. So now everybody will have the equal rights of ascension. And this is why they told us the Jesus story the way that they told it to us, because the blood of the Christ is the blood of the anointed, because Christ means anointed. And the anointed ones are the original dark mothers of the earth. So this is why all of these people are coming over here, because this is where source blood was at its highest potency on the planet. The tribes from this land. And we also had intermixed with the Asians and the Africans. So we already had they genetic codes too. Right? So Now, when the new people come, they need the drop of blood in order to break the cycles of the infinity loop. And this is the conquest of the great debauchery in the experiments done on people in laboratories that was repugnant to the Great Mother. There's stories written about it in hieroglyphics, right? And
So to be clear, so if I understand correctly, right, you're not, do you believe that the birth of civilization, that humanity, humans or whatever, that they came from one place in one region?
it was spontaneous around the planet.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, the women have always been here. The men are the newest of the genders.
Yes, yes.
Women used to produce with parthenogenesis until a collection of women decided to produce men as a counterbalance.
Nisha?
Yeah, no, I don't have any questions. I'll pass.
You don't?
Not at all.
Manish, you okay? Ooh, not even about DNA or nothing. But okay. Dulcie?
She said she was stepping away for a minute. So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I pretty much understand everything that you're saying, and I'm letting you know I agree with everything that you're saying too. I'm going to go ahead and come up with this situation. There's been a lot of controversy concerning these new DNA. I had to come with it, okay? Because to me, from the beginning, no different than what I feel about the vaccines is the same thing I feel about this particular situation. I have my own thoughts about things, and pretty much you sound a lot like me with certain things. But to continue to convince the people that they have a connection, it's like you take the test and you see you can connect with everybody on these lands, but I'm gonna just throw in some different places in Africa. You can't connect with it though, but I'm just gonna give you some places that wasn't even there at the time. Because remember, Africa still itself is a Johnny come lately word. Then they say, well, the continent was still there. But even if the continent was there, these particular places were not.
That's the names of the places were not, right?
Africa.
The land mass was there.
Let's just go to cut to the chase on the DNA test. The fine print say it's for entertainment purposes only.
Purposes only.
Okay, but wait a minute. Let me get this out too, because in the midst of that, okay, I'm gonna wait for the other thing for my next question because something you said, and I should have probably jumped right on that, but something you said brought me to want to ask you this question. But I thought Nisha was gonna ask you the question because she, so I said, well, shoot, I might as well jump on it since she ain't, What do you think about that? And my other question, I'll wait until my next come around, and then I ask you that because the controversy between Aboriginal, Native American, Indian, Moor, and I keep trying to say they all different, and I'm gonna tell you why I say they different.
Okay. So the DNA test says for entertainment purposes only. Right. So that means that whatever it is, if it's for entertainment purposes only, it can be altered to fit the narrative that they're using as the entertainment. It's like wrestling being the outcome is determined. It don't matter what happened in the match, the outcome is determined. So the 21andMe, if you go back to Henry Louis Gates, he told you when Oprah went to Africa, she said on the news broadcast that she was Zulu. His friend called him up while they was doing her DNA test. Since they making it up as they go anyway, this is literally what he said. Since we making it up as we go anyway, just make her Zulu. And when her DNA test came out, they found out she was Zulu. They got to tell you what they're doing. They got to put it in the public domain so you can locate it, so that you can show what you're talking about when you tell people that it's an entertainment, and the entertainment is the slave narrative. To disassociate the people. It's the same with reparations. The only reparations we want is to get our shit back, because we back for everything they owe, but they just so happen to owe us everything. They won't have nothing to give us for reparations after that. Right? They all fabricated, built up on a legal fiction, a house of cards. And when you get the root card, the whole house comes tumbling down. Fruit of the poison tree doctrine and law. Right? They drew up those titles to the land because we didn't sell land no way. We didn't need no titles to the land. We already knew that the clan mothers governed the land and who settles where. And they had conventions. This is where you get your Congress from. Congress is a Congress of mayors. The mayors is town mothers. So they would go to a meeting once a year, and they would say, okay, this chief got 2,000 followers, but he's still under this other chief's jurisdiction. We need his own town. So he was get appointed to plot of land to settle based upon the natural formation of the land. Your land is between this mountain, this line of trees, this river, and this row of rock. This line of trees, this river, and this row of rocks. That's your town. That's your land. You go take your 2,000 people, separate from the chief that you under, because y'all don't see eye to eye, to prevent warfare from uprising in the family. So then they go and get their allotment, and then the resources goes with them to facilitate a successful settlement. This is not what we was doing before Columbus came. We got to go back to what we was doing before the enemy came if we want our shit back. Because the enemy gave us a system and told us if we use his system, he'll fight for us. And the only thing he's been fighting is us. You can't fight for us and fight us at the same time. That don't even make sense. That's called an oxymoron. You can't fight for us and fight us at the same time. They call us dependent nations in a constitutional law. Outlaw tribes, savage tribes, and non-treaty tribes are all of the terms they use to describe the tribes that didn't want to play their game. But we have to use our system. We can't use their system. It's designed to keep us forever in slavery.
But remember, Rod, you did say that some people from over on these lands, and me and Dulcinea said this to someone we were speaking to, people from over on these lands went over into that continent. So It's very possible that when they took the test, they, because now they're considered Africans.
But that's possible because they created a whole country called Liberia. But
right.
they not telling people they from Liberia. They telling you from Sierra Leone, you from Ghana.
Right.
You from Somalia. Nigeria. They ain't telling nobody they from Sierra. I mean from Liberia, where we do have genetic links to. That just so conveniently to skip all of the DNA tests.
Mm-hmm. Because it's just they give you a part, but never can tell you how you connected. Like Dulcinea says, where's the person and the people that you are connected with? Not like a little portions, different portions.
Look,
never connect to it.
If you know how DNA work, once you get past like 3 generations, you have too many ancestors to tie you down to one. It double every generation back. Your 2 parents had 4 parents. Your 4 grandparents had 8 parents. Them 8 parents had 16. It doubles as you go back. If you go back 100 years or 200 years, you talking about 64 to 100 and some ancestors. Which one is they talking about was the African?
Facts. I threw that in to try to help him a little bit, but I'm with you with it.
Right. So DNA don't work like that. The DNA that they read only expresses what they call a phenotype, a general descriptive appearance that's on a specific code of the DNA. And they assume because you have the same physical characteristics as somebody on the other side of the water that this will fit the narrative to disassociate them from the land. We ain't that dumb no more.
And
we used to be.
Yes.
We used to be, but we ain't that dumb no more. There's too many of us aware that we from over here because we feel it in our bones. We don't need nobody to tell us. The earth talk to us if we listen and tell us if we belong here. If we don't belong here, we get restless until we find where we belong.
Dulcie, because it kind of, I took your turn, Dulcie, so now it's your turn. Dulcie, if she's there. If not, it's
I am. I was just saying, I've tried to teach so many people that about DNA. I love it. Like, we are past that point of not understanding what they're doing with DNA and why they say the ethnicity estimate isn't a real thing or for entertainment purposes only. So when we're actually getting into this and we're seeing that we are a different people on the land, how do we start to really come together and get that back? Do we start learning from our family and finding out what nation we are in our family? Should we all come together despite what different nations we're a part of and join into one conglomerate group? Or what do you feel about that?
We still gonna always be tribes. Tribes mean families. We gonna always break up into extended family groups. It's just the nature of who we are. This is why when we started tribing up in the 60s and 70s, they started labeling the tribes as gangs because most people don't know gang mean tribe. Right? So we just need to first close down the old system, and nature will put us back in the proper structure as the tribal mothers step up and be recognized, and the families will begin to remember shit. They don't know why they remember it. We know everything already about the land. Talk to us, telling us what took place. But we have to get back into the energy where we receptive to the messages that the land is producing to tell us the whole story. The animals reenact the story, the trees. Like most of us, a high percent of us don't know that you used to be able to walk the treetops from Florida to damn near Texas without ever climbing down out of a tree, getting on the ground. But they chopped all the trees down because it was wartime. And they took all of the cypress trees out of Florida, which was the giant trees that covered the land of flowers. This is all researchable information. That was the side effect of the Gullah Wars. They started gator baiting our babies because we used to ride alligators and sick alligators on their ass in the bottom of the canopy on the ground in the swamp, and used to attack them from the trees in the top, and they didn't have a chance. So it was all derived out of warfare. The genetic information that they feeding us back from their DNA testing is all warfare. We can either win the war or we can choose to take sides with the enemy.
Dulcie, you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So how important is it for families to own or reclaim like property, land, using the legitimacy of the courts, right? And then the second piece is, which treaties do you feel or believe like is the most important or effective in doing so or in doing that?
So using a court system only gives them jurisdictional context to assert jurisdiction under the color of law. We don't need them for nothing. We don't need their courts, which was established. The first bar association was established in Savannah, Georgia, about 1863, 1864, by order of King George to usurp the tribal courts. We still have tribal courts over here, but because we believe they more legitimate than we are, we only participate in their system. There's nothing they can do once we get back to our own culture. The land was used to facilitate farms, to produce foodstuffs, to take care of the family wherever they was at throughout the country. We used to ship food from Big Mama house to the villages. Well, we call them towns and cities now, right? But they were just little settlements of people. Some of them had castles, some of them had huge buildings, and some of them had small houses and huts, log cabins. But it was what we choose to do with our settlement. And that was part of us receiving settlements, is being able to control our own destiny.
Nene?
So what work are you doing to get the goal that you want to get?
Wait a minute, say that again.
What work that you're doing, or is this just ideology? Is just opinions? I mean, what are you out here doing? I really I don't know. So I'm just asking.
I think I understand what you're saying. So when you have the blood rights as a member of the royal families of the land, you become what's called a pretender to the throne. And your life work becomes the foundation that you build as you go on a campaign to alert the rest of the heirs on the land that you asserting your jurisdictional right to restore the land. And so the campaign is a process called the redemption process that we follow, where we use the oral tradition. This is why I use social media, because it's all time stamped and dated in archivable format for the purposes of public notices. So whatever I'm putting in the public domain, no matter whose show I'm on right now, I'm also asserting my rights to restore the land back to the original people, wherever they at on the land. It don't matter where you at, because once we get it back, the family will have family reunions again, centered around one of the grandmamas, what we would call big mamas. And they would set up the family trust, which is your family banking system, in order to allocate resources to the members of the family. And even the tribes that don't think from referring to them will receive their tribal rights back under our system that they were denied under the corporate fiction that was the interim government for the time of war. That's over with. They closed March the 1st. Right. So, well, that's the scheduled day of closing. They're supposed to have been closed. But they have no bill on the table to try to extend their legal fiction any longer than March the 1st. So we will be having a national Mardi Gras next year. Trump announced it as a 250-year celebration, right? Which takes us to February the 25th, which is tomorrow. And it's 25 on two flips, which is 2 quarters. 2 quarters is 50 flip. And you have 50 on each side. That's 200, which is the 4-corner shuffle to put everything back in its proper order. There's balance on both sides. 2 quarters on this side, 2 quarters on that side, which turns out to be 4 sevens, which is 4 masters. So it's all about getting back to our own systems so that we can be self-determining and autonomous, and we can make all of those decisions at the leadership summits about who gonna settle where and how we gonna tribe up. We got the right to restore our cultural heritage any way we see fit without anybody's outside opinion even being given a fuck about. It's not about what they think or want us to do. It's about what we decide to do amongst ourselves at this point. We have to choose how we want to be as a people across the land.
Why do you think this information makes people, or this, sorry y'all, I know I'm going on just real quickly. Why do you think that these types of discussions, information, what have you, right? These types of builds make people become very emotional, and oftentimes the conversation, depending on if like how well is moderated, it can become really, really disrespectful, right? Why do you think that is?
A lot of people.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
A lot of people's feelings is hurt because they believed for so long a thing was one way. And when you find out for the first time, damn, I got tricked. That's not the first thing that you feel, though. The first thing you feel is the anger and the resentment of the fact that you was tricked. Then the next thing that you feel is, I didn't mind finding out I was tricked, but why did it have to be this motherfucker to tell me? Because the person that they expect to see is not the person that appeared with the information to set them free. And so you don't look the part. They reject what you're saying as if you don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. I love that answer.
It's a response to cognitive dissonance in the negative.
It's almost like, who you think you are, nigga? Like who you think you are? Yeah. How dare you? You know. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dulcie.
But see, that's part of shadow work too, finding your self-identity. Can't nobody tell you who you is. If you let everybody tell you who you is, they're creating your artificial ego for you.
That part.
Because your ego is the sum total of everything anybody told you about you that you believe without investigating to find out if it was true.
Mm-hmm. That's right. You know that saying? You ever heard that saying? That let me see. You know, not everyone is for the streets. That's why sidewalks was made. You ever heard that flow? Right? Yeah. Everyone ain't for the streets. That's why a sidewalk was made, right? Okay. It don't have to be an either or. It don't have to be like you proving one thing or another to me. Like, chill. It's okay. It's okay. You could be that. That could be for you. That's fine. But we good over here.
Yeah. I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I don't think everybody supposed to agree on everything all the time anyway, or we'd all be some fucking idiots. Only if you disagree and then you go to prove it wrong and you find out you prove it right, do you change your mind.
Plus, Rod, they've been taught to be so proud of somewhere else besides here. They have really actually been taught to be proud of everywhere, well, Africa and everywhere else besides here. We can never be proud of where we are, no matter who have died for us, no matter who have fought for us. We cannot be proud of who we are here. And mentally, they have actually brainwashed us. And when you try to tell them the truth or try to let them see it a different way, they literally cuss you out.
Oh, I done been everything but a child of God.
Me too.
Right. And so,
I'm wrong because I asked the question.
Mm-hmm. Look, I feel like anybody got a right to feel and think however they want. That's their right. I just don't have to give a fuck. I never read that nowhere where because you don't like me, I have to be overly concerned about it. I don't care. I don't care. You're supposed to have your own perspective of your life, right? It just so happens that most people believe they have their own perspective, but they following some dogmatic pursuit somebody else gave them. I'm not following dogma.
Nisha had a question for you.
I'm following what's in my heart. My heart told me where I belong. Period.
No, I'm good.
Oh, you did
I was
something.
going to ask
I
you,
see that.
as far as genealogy goes and really trying to build your family tree and find your family history, have you done it for your family line? And I had questions about that, like finding the people that were indigenous here. Is a lot of us are getting stuck at this Negro black colored. What would you say as far as building farther than that?
So they running into the paper genocidal construct where they reclassified us under fictitious terms and alternate definitions of who we are as a people. So we would always disassociate who we are from the land. I know where my parents is from. I know what tribes are from those lands. So I don't care what they say. I know my history because my mom and my daddy told me my history over my lifetime, and my aunties and my uncles. They told all of the stories of the family that allowed me to reach back generations of information through the stories that they would tell. I don't need a DNA test to prove who I am. I said who I was. That's proof for me. It don't have to be proof for somebody else. When I tell a person I'm Mississippi Clay Dirt Walking, that's because my people come from Mississippi. And I got a strong connection to the land in Mississippi. And my father's Canton, Mississippi. My mother's from Magnolia, Macomb, Mississippi. Most of those towns, Tylertown to Macomb, is built on my grandfather's actual own settlement. They carved it up and built cities on his land. I know who Hezekiah Johns was. So when they don't know who their ancestors was, they can't tie back in to the information because they disregard the word of mouth for the paperwork of the educational or miseducation system. So I don't follow that. I follow what my elders and my ancestors told me that's crossed over now while they was in the physical form, more so than what's written in a book.
So, are you finished, Dulcie? Or you had another question?
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
So, we all know that we have been labeled many, many, many. Let me put my face thing. Many different things. We've been labeled Aboriginal. We've been labeled Indian. We've been labeled Black. Now, mind you, I know that we are tribal people. Okay, and I'm only speaking about our melanated people. The reason why I'm doing that is because of the conversations that we've lately had about Native American, which I have explained that if Native American come up in your DNA, it's because you have some type of like Mexican or something in you. That's why it's coming up. It is coming up because you got somewhere in your family, you have some either Puerto Rican, Mexican, or something like that. Now, I'm not saying that they're original to the land. I'm saying that they're just natives. That's, remember when I said I wanted to kind of talk about the difference? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it says aboriginal, it's because you're original to the land. But that's just a status that was put on you. That's not changing the fact that you're a tribal people. If they say you're Indian, that's their status at that time. But that's not changing the fact that you are a tribal people. If they say you're Black, African American, those are labels that the undone people done put on you. It does not mean that you're not tribal or original to this land. And that's not to say that you haven't played a part each time at different times on those particular statuses that they have put on you. Because what reason would your great grandmother and grandmother have to say we're Indian? What reason would they have to lie? You know what? People will say because they're not proud of being African. And I often wonder, Africa wasn't there. How can they be proud of something that wasn't there?
Africa was created by the Berlin Conference.
But the continent was there, but it wasn't called Africa. We've
Right.
always, and I hope people understand, we've always been a tribal people. But these statuses and names through invasions and conquering and all this has been put on in different places.
Look, you remember earlier? You remember earlier I said on the East Coast we were marrying between the royal families of Africa for thousands of years. That landmass has always done trade with the tribes over here.
Okay.
We kept a lot of the African cultural traditions in the Gullah Geechee community because they the descendants of amalgamation of original people from this land and the people they did trade with from Africa. Some of the ones that we called Native Americans that was on the West Coast was due to us, the original tribes, amalgamating with the tribes that was from Asia when we did West Coast trade across the Pacific. If you don't know the pattern and the path that the enemy took when he got here, he will confuse you about these details. But the Chinese and the Japanese have a record of doing trade with the tribes over here and bringing brides from over there to over here. It's in their records. So we don't need the records from the settlers because we can go to China and get their records and they would gladly produce them.
How long has it been called Africa, Rod? Do you know that?
It was at the Berlin Conference. I think it was like 1780 something.
Right. But when the full continent was called Africa, was now in the 1800s.
Right. So at first, Africa was a region in the northern part of Al-Maghrib. It was only a region. Because of the war we was fighting against people from Al-Maghrib, and we go into this kind of war with them, they named the whole continent Africa in the Berlin Conference because that's when Ifraq in Arabic, they divided, Ifraq, they divided up the land. They divided up the land in the Berlin Conference, right? We didn't call it Africa. Over here, we used to refer to the land as the Afar Inca.
Okay.
The Afar Inca is a homonym for Africa. So we knew we called it Afar Inca, and we knew we had trade with people from over there as proven by Mansa Musa. Right? And that his brother found it so heavenly over here amongst our women, he didn't want to go home. And he brought his spear of rulership to this land and presented it to the big mama over here.
But I'm hoping people, excuse me for interrupting, I'm hoping people are hearing you, that there's always been a connection.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, people are saying, like someone just said, that my great grandparents, it was called Africa at the time. Well,
because look, they wasn't, but great grandparents back is just when they named it that.
Yeah, I mean, my great grandfather, my great grandfathers, I think he was born in the early 1900s. Like we talk about 1904 or something like that, or and they weren't even sure if that was his actual year of birth. Like it might have been, maybe before then. But that means my great grandfather was born in the 1800s. So I don't know if they would have known, or but these people were already on these lands. When I did my genealogy, I went back to the 1600s. So wouldn't they have known if they would have came from Africa in the 1600s? And wouldn't that would have been talked down in the family line?
They would have said they tried. They would have identified. And over there right now, the only time they identify themselves outside their tribe is when they're attaching it to the modern terminology for their country. Otherwise, if they talking to each other, they identify their tribe to each other. They know each other by tribes. But when they go out into the world, they have to use what the rest of the world has accepted as the norm. So they identify their tribe from this country, right? They don't identify themselves as Africans, even because they're going to tell you they Nigerian. They're going to tell you they from Swahili. I mean, from Tobago or Togo,
Of course, yeah. Even my friend.
Algeria, Kenya. They're not going to say they Africans. So Africa is a broad contextual catch term to list every tribe over there. They don't agree with each other about their tribal origin, but each tribe is in a country they forced to accept by settlers, colonizers. They didn't divide the land up. They told us when they divided it up at the Berlin Conference, which made the Spanish-speaking Arabs and the Arab-speaking peoples that was in the conference call it Ifrak, the divided lands that was divided up in the Berlin Conference. You hear people talking about it was called Al-Qiwalan. That means the land before. Before what? It wasn't called, that's an Arabic term. So it must have been the land before the Arabs came. Or was it when the Arabs came before the Spanish came? What do it mean? What is it in reference to? Because the culture over there is very similar to the culture over here. When we name something, we name it based off of a trait or characteristic. Right? So what is it the land before? They calling it that now using the Arabic tongue to refer to the land was there before the settlers came, but we don't know their culture, so we assume that that's the accepted name of all of the tribes over there. Old maps got Sudan wrote across them and some of them got the Greek Ethiops written across it. That's Ethiopia and Sudan, which has been rendered only to two countries now. But at one time, the map had that scrawl, the navigator scrawled that across there, not me.
Right. I want you to end with this, and I'm going to end my land with this. I've told people several times, and even when Abdullah Bey was on, Indian is not a bloodline. Aboriginal is not a bloodline. These are statuses that they put on us. Moor is not a bloodline. You're never, I don't care how many times you take your DNA, it's not going to show those statuses that you're put in. It's just their statuses. It's not it's you have your own family tribal bloodline, and Dustin can go more into it, but those things and those words they just don't show up.
Look, I never seen the person's DNA test say Moor.
Or Indian.
Oh, well, I've seen Indian on DNA tests.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, but I've never, not one time ever seen Moor on a DNA test.
I've seen Native American. I have never seen Indian.
Yeah, it's normally Native American / Indian.
Oh, okay. Is that what you Nisha, or was it just Native American?
No, what it said was indigenous. That's the indigenous.
Mm-hmm. So it probably depends on where you're getting the test from too. And then remember, it's for entertainment purposes, so they can alter the designations. If too many of us becoming aware, they'll alter the designation and change the meaning.
Yep.
It's for entertainment purposes only.
Say that again. They'll alter what? Say it again.
They'll alter the designation and change the definition.
Okay, so they're going to alter it when?
When they feel like it, because it's for entertainment purposes only. It's at their discretion. But as soon as we become hip to their games, then that's when they start trying to move pieces around. When they call us all those different terms, that's called a razzle dazzle.
is a lie. It's never going to change. Always going to be a deceitful liar. If you lie, you steal, you cheat, you deceive. And that's all they have ever done. And I'm glad I'm wise enough to see that they play tricks. It's like they play tricks with truth and falsehood.
Noble Drew Ali said, man, is truth and falsehood strangely mixed. What is he talking about?
So what about the DNA test that comes from the African DNA people? What about those? Are those
all DNA tests is controlled from a central source because they got to go to what they call a data information bank.
I'm gonna disagree on that one.
Well, what part are you I want to know what part you're disagreeing on. So
the African DNA is different from the Ancestry, the 23andMe. They have their own scientists. It's not based on
African, like it's doing over in Africa. That's why I wanted to ask you. That's why
it's different.
Okay, so ask yourself, where is the Africans getting the genome codes for the ones that's native and organic to this land? Where is they getting the genetic codes to the ones from Asia, from Australia, from New Zealand? All of this is in a central database. The central database is a supercomputer located in Geneva, Switzerland. This is where all of your internet connections feed to. This giant supercomputer is where it's the source for AI. It's called HAL 366. But it's really IBM. If you look at the words, they just move down the word. HAL is HAL, HIABLM, IBM. It's a code. They don't want us to know all of that, all of the educational data that's been controlled by colonists is still controlled until we take control of the entire system. If we don't take control of the system, what they say is the order of the day, what they say is the law, what they say is the rules, because they the ones that we responsible to get rid of. Their systems, the colorable law systems. When you start talking about DNA, there's a book called Mendelian Inheritance in Man that gives you the whole descriptive breakdown of the DNA, what genome holds what trait. It's all in the central database. All of the universities of the world is connected into a central database. So they might use a different way of testing. Instead of a swab of the mouth, they might use skin scrape. But when you go back to getting to the data that they're using, they have to have all of the genetic codes of the earth if they're going to tell you from a different part of the earth from over there. Otherwise, they would only have a collection of African DNA of Africans in Africa. So they have to branch out and get the codes that tells you whose DNA is what. Mm-hmm. And it's all for entertainment purposes. This is the game of the gods, where deception is overcome.
It should do it. It's because, like you said, we've been trading for years, hundreds of years. We've been trading.
Thousands.
You said people went over to, so why wouldn't they take their test, they just can't say, okay, well, you got a cousin Tracy over there, or Boomba Boomba, whatever the name is, over in Africa, then you should be able to go right over there and connect with your cousins over there in Africa. It shouldn't be like a puzzle being played.
It is, because it's a puzzle. It's a razzle-dazzle play. Look, David Copperfield gonna make a jet disappear in Vegas. We going to see it. Everybody on the way to go see David Copperfield illusion of making the jet disappear, see on the sign that they're calling David Copperfield the greatest illusionist ever known. And when we get there, we say, I'm not going to let him trick me of making me think the airplane disappear. Soon as he make the airplane disappear, we forget that he's the greatest illusionist in the world.
Mm.
And we start saying, how the hell he make that plane disappear? It was still just an illusion. And now we trying to figure out how he did it. He had to make that plane disappear. It was an illusion. He told you that. They told us in Morals and Dogma that they was going to give us a whole lot of dogma to override our moral compass that's going to tell us where to be located on the land. They gave us the whole layout of the playout of their entire system in Morals and Dogma and in Protocols of Zion. The Protocols of Zion told us exactly how they was going to keep us conquered. They was going to control economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war.
And it happened.
And they the ones been feeding us all the doctrinal information on those subjects since they've been here. So of course, when we start getting into the health arena, which I call the 10th one, they're going to control that narrative too. That's why pharmaceutical companies write all of the medical books, finance all of the medical institutions. They're not working for us.
Yeah.
If they ain't working for us, who the fuck they working for? It's a plutocracy. It's a big old monopoly game in the game of the gods. I'm just telling y'all how the game plays so y'all can see through their bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The Flying Kings landed on the chessboard. But they ain't know where they can go because it's the queen stationed in every corner. And the queen run the chessboard. She can move in ways that the rest of the pieces can't move.
It's the same way they did with religion.
Religion was one of their tools.
One of their tools. Same thing.
It's fall right under that category. Thanks. Shout out to Dr. Neely Fuller for making it clear.
And we're all being played like a piece on a chessboard or a checkerboard or something. We're just being played. And they are being God. Simple as that.
Wow. So talking about illusion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's so, for a second.
Talking about illusion, right? So, you know, recently there's been somewhat of an exodus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of the Back to Africa movement with a lot of our melanated men and women over here, right? Ghana made gazillions of dollars, right, with their how do I say this? With promoting the dual citizenship. Come home, my brothers and sisters. Africa is waiting. You know what I mean? And there's been, I actually know two that I can speak of that, you know, did that. They left America. One was from St. Louis, and the other sister was from Cali, and they relocated to the Gambia and lost their life. There's been many stories of American men and women going over to Africa. Come home, my brothers and sisters. Africa is waiting for you. And they get there and they're not welcomed. They're scammed, right? And they're quickly reminded that this ain't that. Something's off. There's a disconnect somewhere, right? This also went on in the early 1900s with Marcus Garvey, the whole Back to Africa movement, right? So what is your thoughts, Rod, right, around this repatriation of, you know, brothers and sisters from this continent going back to what they perceive as quote unquote home?
Okay. So the fact that we intermarried with people from Africa on the Eastern Shoreboard for thousands of years, many of the people from the Eastern Shoreboard genetic memory gonna call them back to Africa. But all of us is not gonna be called back to Africa through genetic memory. Only the ones who have to be over there to activate a birthright. Now, some of us is gonna be deceived over there and become food for wolves, or I should say hyenas. because the false narrative, if you don't rise above that bullshit, you will be led anywhere in the world. Just like Jim Jones led all them people to Guyana and had them drinking the coffee or the Kool-Aid, right? Because they had no self-identity because they was absorbed in the doctrine of the dogma of the church. So the leader of the church lead them wherever he want to lead them, straight to their own destruction. It's the same thing. You can repatriate because a lot of people from Haitian descent is starting to wake up and feel like they need to be in Haiti, but they don't know why because they don't know they Haitian. Haiti calling her babies back home to rebuild Haiti. Jamaica calling her babies back home to rebuild Jamaica. St. Lucia and St. Croix is calling their babies back home to rebuild. Puerto Rico and Dominica is doing the same. But we don't understand what's taking place. And a lot of the people that's being drawn back to their homelands at this time don't know that that's where they're supposed to be at the close of the age. So some of them are being deceived over there, but some of them is going because they need to get their ass back to Africa to help them reclaim their shit. I don't got no problem with nobody from Africa. They can be unapologetically African as they want, and I'm going to be unapologetically organic to this land. That's all. It's not a conflict to me. It's only a conflict to the people that want me to feel like I'm from where they think they from. Whether they right or whether they wrong is not my concern. I am aware of where I'm from. So since I'm aware, I'm going to pretend that I don't hear none of their nonsense, and I'm going to pursue what is rightfully ours as a people by exercising my blood and my right to do so. And the more clans that can benefit, the better it is for the collective. So Africa is rebuilding Africa. If we ain't watching, we don't see them reclaiming their shit, kicking colonizing powers out, closing down the mines where they've been stealing their resources and not benefiting the people of the land. All that shit coming to an end globally. And the people that's being drawn to their land need to go home. I don't care where they from. I'm at home. But the other people that need to go home is being called home by their land. They need to go. I don't care whether it's China, Japan, Australia, New Zealand. I don't give a fuck if it's Ethiopia, if it's Scandinavia. When the land call your ass, you better move or you're going to be food for the sharks. That's all. It's not nothing personal. This has to be done. Everything has to be restored back to balance for the new age to take full effect. And the benefits of the new age is a golden era, an era where we have technology unseen in thousands of years. They make us think it's new, but it ain't none of this shit new. Ain't nothing new under the sun. We did all of this stuff we doing before. We going through all of the struggles we going through before, except before we didn't never successfully close the age, so we were stuck in the infinity loop. So we had to keep doing it over and over till we get it right. And they wouldn't let me play none of the reindeer games until now. So now I'm just going to lead y'all to the promised land, which is here.
Last question. I'm right. What are your thoughts about interracial dating?
I don't care who you date.
Mm-hmm.
Date who you want to date. Because now, with the one drop of blood doctrine being taken full effect, we all related whether we want to be or not. All the mulattoes that so-called left the plantation, where they go? They ain't go with us. Only a handful of them went with us. The rest of them went married into somebody else. But they still got their drop of blood. Everybody got the right to ascend. Anybody that don't belong here won't be here because the earth gonna turn them off. So I don't care what you do.
Niche, you got it, babes.
And I just want to say thank you so much. I know Nisha's going to jump in, but this has been awesome. We love that you're here with us. Everyone, please like, subscribe, and share this out. It's awesome. We have over 100 people watching, so you guys get the likes up. And thank you so much for tuning in on a Saturday night. We appreciate it. All right, Nisha.
Oh no, go ahead, Sister Freedom. I don't have anything else to add to the conversation.
Okay, so my next question is, what are you guys thinking? Should we move towards opening up the panel, having some
For
people?
sure. For sure.
And Sister Freedom, are you with us?
Absolutely, right here.
Okay, did you have a question?
Let me see. I want to say something about the out of Africa theory. And I want to know what you think about that, because you did say that you feel as though people spouted out. Or do you think that's another trick?
Look, we got older human remains over here than they got in Africa, and I'm gonna leave that at that.
Well, my thing about that, I say, well, if you found some bones, it had to come through a mama and a papa.
That's for sure.
So that means there must be somewhere they out here older.
So they found bones up around Philadelphia that's older than like 80,000 years old. They found them in Florida. All over the land, they've been finding bones that's older than bones that they've recovered from Africa, except for Lucy.
Well, we actually seen how they put that together. Bones here, there, and there. They made Lucy. But anyway,
I ain't the one to talk, so you ain't heard it from me.
Right. And even if they found Lucy, Lucy had to have a mama and a papa. She just didn't sprout up off the ground.
Around the time of Lucy, wasn't no me in here.
And why they named her Lucy?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't
Right,
know.
you get my question, right? And they named her Lucy. Ridiculous.
Yeah, but my whole thing is
ridiculous.
That. So you saying whatever bones you had found didn't have a mama and a papa, or at least a mama.
You had to have a mama.
The mama's bones is somewhere older. I just, but if Dulcinea, if you want to go ahead on, so you don't agree with the out of Africa theory. Simple as that.
It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. When we spontaneously merged all over the planet, to be from one landmass doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense. And not only that, the fact that, again, they put us in statuses. Mm-hmm. You're with the primates and all this here. What do you feel about that? Let me make that separate. What do you feel about the primate situation?
Humans is primates.
Humans are primates?
Yeah, based on genetic definition of a primate.
Based on the status that they put us in, we're primates?
Based on the description. Okay, so you got mammals, and then the mammals is broke up into types. And then they broke up into types.
Oh.
Right? And on the mammalian hominids are under the classification of primate.
Well, if you believe in that, then you're sure you do not believe in out of Africa theory, because all that comes together.
Are you talking about the evolution from a monkey to a human?
Yeah.
I don't believe that shit.
Oh, okay, well, that's pretty much what they're saying the primate stuff is like.
No. Look, at different times, you have different upgrades to the genome. As these upgrades take hold, it alters the genome of the old species and produce a new species. It doesn't continue because the genome is no longer functional in the new system. So the current primates, though we have genetic similarities, they still not the same species. That's why we can't have sex with a chimpanzee and make a baby. Mm-hmm. They have to do some laboratory shenanigans to make it happen.
Why put us in the same category? Why can't humans have their own category?
They do. When you say human, you just gave us our own category.
Right, but when it's labeled out, it's like the monkeys, the gorillas, the chimpanzees.
All primate really is a hominid that uses its hands and its feet and has hair. That's it. There ain't nothing else to make it more distinctive or separate from what we is. It's just a classification for the understanding of the differences in species across the spectrum. right? It's just like light. Yellow light is yellow light and red light is red light. But when you put all of the spectrum of lights together, you get a whole different kind of light. It don't mean that one light that don't exist. It just means that when you get the whole spectrum, they're not the same as the individual pieces of the light spectrum.
Dulcinea, what you think about that? Because she had a debate on it. You there, Dulcie?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah,
What do
I
you-
agree what he was saying as far as it. I believe as far as when he's talking about the classification. So you said like a primate, they just said simply hair, hands, able to grab things, peel fruit, different things like that. I feel like they could come up with better classifications, and those classifications are on the basis of racism. So they built those classifications to build the society that we have today. And now we need to rebuild new classifications that are more accurate when it comes to the animal kingdom, humans, or anything, because there's better classifications of why certain species would be grouped together.
Right, I agree.
The
Hi,
whole human,
Apostle. Hi, hey, Apostle.
Oh, I think Rod Hayes was going to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rod. I just want
right.
to say greet Apostle. Elder Apostle, pardon me.
So look, humans didn't always stay permanently in human form during the duration of their life until they collapsed the fourth dimension into the third and locked us into the avatar. And what
Yeah,
when
go
they,
into it, Rod, because go Rod.
we used to incarnate, we used to use the energy in the atoms from the surrounding area to create the avatar at will and at random. The same way women used to produce parthenogenically, but over time that changed with the advent of men.
Now
If you
that's
look at the Y chromosome under electron microscope, it's just a mutated X that lost about 40% of its material. So it produces the masculine gender. This just to institute the law of opposites in the realm so we can figure out how to get out of the infinity loop. So we can go into the next age, the age of Aquarius.
T and
So,
Bay was. Oh, I'm sorry, Rod. Go ahead.
so whatever our avatars is now, we used to take on different forms when we incarnate. That's why they used to call us shapeshifters. It wasn't that we were shapeshifted. It was the function that you was coming here to perform. You took on an avatar that gave you the tools to best deal with the situation according to the environment around it. So you didn't always incarnate in what looked like a human. Sometimes you came back 90 feet tall. Sometimes you came back smaller than an ant. But it depended on what you was doing as one of the guys that determined how you would manifest yourself in the 3D realm. It was just some scientists that understood how the spirit worked that figured out if they opened a portal between dimensions, they could trap us in an infinity loop and enslave us. Because they didn't think we would ever figure it out.
well. Let me ask you this: do you believe in reincarnation of some sort?
I don't believe in it, I know, because I remember multiple past lives.
Okay, sound like Subiacus.
And
Right.
sorry,
But all it is this how reincarnation works.
Okay,
The genetic sequence in your genome will align to allow the frequency to match the frequency of you at a prior time. Because it's like tuning a radio. When the genome aligns to the combination that allows your frequency in, that's when you come back into the physical realm. It's not that you're a different person. It's that your energy field is activated in a different point in time for you to add your spirit energy to the physical realm.
and my apologies for cutting you off, Dots. Go ahead.
It's okay, my love. You know you good. Real quickly, T and Bay asked this a few times. And TMB, feel free to hit the link. He said, who is we? What's the nationality of the people? We touched on that a little bit earlier when we first started, when I was at, but if you feel, if you can respond to his question.
Look, nationality is a admiralty jurisdiction designation. A ship has a nationality. I'm superior to a ship as a sovereign. If a ship has a nationality and you on par with the ship, it's only one way possible. You have to assume a straw man position so that you can do business as a vessel on the high seas. Your nationality. We are ascending beyond nationality now to sovereignty, which makes nationality no longer an order of the day. It becomes obsolete. It's expired. That contract no longer is valid. 100 years ago, you would have had to assume a nationality in order to do business on the land with the corporation. So nationality 100 years ago was the order of the day in order to get us out of the economic rut we was in. We don't need none of that shit now. We don't need a nationality. We don't need a citizenship. We don't need a government. So now we have to grow beyond the national box in order to liberate ourselves into our sovereign capacity.
Thank you. Thank you. Peace, Elder Apostle. Peace. Thank you for coming up. Did you have any questions or anything you wanted to add to the build?
Yes, shalom to the panel and to your guests in the chat. How y'all doing? It's been a while since.
How you doing?
It's been a while. How are you?
I'm good.
His voice kind of low. I can barely hear him.
Yeah, we'll take care of that for you.
You gonna make him turn it up.
Yeah, how about now? You got me?
Come on now. I want to hear you now.
Do you hear me?
My cousin.
Am I loud enough for you?
I can hear you now.
Am I loud enough for you?
I can hear you now.
Got that grizzly bear thing going on.
Yeah. If I can share, I'm enjoying this conversation. A part of it is right there where I'm at, especially when it talks about history and heritage, talking about where I come from. I spent a lot of years, 37 for a fact, between my 20s, in my early 20s and my 30s, researching my family before computers. I was blessed to live in Washington, D.C., and I used the Library of Congress, and also I used the National Archives. Also went up to Baltimore to the Baltimore Pratt Library, which has a lot of resources. And then traveled down to South Carolina, where my family came from. Went up into Williston and found some interesting things. Can I share with y'all real quick some information? Is that all right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me see how I'm going to do this. I want to come here. And where is it at?
You got him right, Dulcie, because I got the screen big so I can see without my glasses.
Yeah, I got him.
I'm looking for a particular screen. How would I share a Word file that's on my browser?
So when you go to present on your screen and then you go to share the screen, make sure you choose the section that says window, and then you should see your Word document under that.
Okay. Young family reunion. Bam. Okay. Thank you. Can y'all see my screen?
There we go.
Okay, now it's up.
Okay. Charles Anson Campbell was my seventh generation grandfather. He was born in 1767 in the month of September on the 16th day. 2 days after the ship docked the Charlotte Cape, that was owned by Richard Oswald of Scotland and Governor James Grant of Florida. I'm not really a reader, and so if somebody wanted to read this up into the boring parts to get an understanding of my family,
Okay,
may
yeah,
do
turn
so.
go back up to the top.
Okay, and I'll just move it as you read it. Okay.
Okay. Charles Annis Campbell was born 2 days after the slave ship, the Charlotte Cape, docked in St. Augustine, Florida shipping port on the 16th day of September in year 1767. His father and mother were of African descent, born in Sierra Leone of the Tene people. His mother was taken captive by slave traders who were employed by slave owner Richard Oswald of Scotland. Oswald also owned slaveholding station on Bonnet Island on the Sierra Leone River. Bonnet Island was used
Bunce Island. Go
oh
ahead.
sorry, Bonts Island was used as a holding station for slaves for shipping captured slaves to the Americas and the Virgin Islands. The Charlotte Cape, owned by Oswald and commanded by Captain Richard Savory, set sail from St. Augustine in late April or early May, heading to Barbados to pick up rum for trade, and then sailed to Africa, picking up approximately 60 female slaves for Oswald's plantation, the Tomoka Island plantation in St. Augustine, Florida. The shipment log states that the cargo on the Charlotte Cape for shipment to the America contained 60 female slaves of breeding age, 30 young females, and male slaves of a proper age for working in the fields. Mr. Oswald and his partner, Governor James Grant of Florida, owned 3 plantations in all. Tomoka Island Plantation, called Mount Oswald, a plantation in Georgia on the Savannah River, and a third on South Carolina's Santin River. He was also the sole owner of a 4th plantation in Virginia to him as a wedding gift. The Tomoka Island Plantation began in the year 1765 with 100 male slaves transferred from Oswald's South Carolina plantation. It is during this 20-year period from 1765 to 1785 the plantation was developed through a land grant treaty between the Spanish occupiers and the English colonists for the purpose of marketing rice, indigo, and sugarcane. Charles and his mother were held captive on the plantation until her mother, until her death, and the closing of the plantation in 1785. It was during the time that it is believed that Charles plotted his escape for freedom. The ship sailed up the St. John River for destinations at a Georgia plantation where the ship was attacked by Seminole Indians, where many slaves lost their lives and others escaped. It is said that Charles Anson Campbell eluded his captors by carefully plotting out his course due west upriver instead of going north. This allowed him to escape to the western countries of South Carolina, where he lived and raised his family and remained a free man until his death. It is not known how he remained free, a man, other than through our oral tradition and censorships list. He was a free man, head of house, and his wife and children listed as slaves. We do know sometime during his lifetime about how he met and married a young woman named Mary. She was born in Virginia. Both her parents were African born. Therefore, both Charles and Mary's parents were African born. The 1850 census records show Charles Campbell as a free man. However, his wife and children were recorded as slaves. The 1900 census shows Charles Anson Campbell as the head of the household at age 132 years. Mary, his wife, age 90, and there were two grandchildren at the time, John Sally, age 19, and Georgia, age 20, with two children, Charity, 3, and Sarah, 1 year old. According to the 1850s and 19 census, Charles and Mary had 6 children. Only 4 of the children are known: Joseph, Daniel, Rachel, and Adeline. Joseph.
Okay. You,
Say what
how,
now?
how long
We
is it?
can pause this for now, because I do have a question, and then we'll go
Okay.
into some more stuff into it. So when it comes to, I know it said that they would work on the sugarcane fields and the
Right.
rice fields, but he was from Africa. Do you know how he learned that, being that these are trades of the Indians that were indigenous here?
Well, Charles Anson Campbell, those 15 years that he spent on the plantation, after that plantation closed, he lived with the Seminole Indians for quite a while. I don't know if he was captured or they just accepted him, but the history shows that he lived with them through adult, because he was still a young kid. He was like 14, 15, 16 years old when they attacked that ship. So it was only, I know the plantation that Charles Anson Campbell, Campbell was a slave on, they raised on that plantation. Matter of fact, I had an opportunity, my whole family had a family reunion on the plantation in Almar Beach, Florida, of St. Augustine. That plantation was known for raising indigo, rice, and sugarcane. That's what they raised on that farm. So that was the item, the commerce that plantation survived on.
You said that was in Barbados, Elder Apostle, or
No,
no?
it was in Florida,
Oh, Florida. Okay,
Almar Beach, Florida.
got you.
Right. They went to Barbados and picked up rum, then sailed to Sierra Leone, where they used the rum as trade for the slaves.
I think they'll put the word
I got a
slave.
question.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing to say that it was passed down through the oral tradition, which is culturally tied to the people of the land. But
Right.
on this paper, it says that when they attacked the ship, you say he was a teenager around this time, right?
Right. He was born in 1767, and they attacked the ship in 1785.
Okay. So
That's
he's
when
about 12
it
or
was.
13.
Yeah.
How the hell did he know to navigate the water west to avoid the conflict that was going on to the north if he don't know
Yeah.
land?
Great
Yeah.
question.
The Indians, like I say,
What this
that
before he is encountered with the Indians, so this is when he coming from the plantation.
right. The ship was on the on the Savannah River. The ship
There
was
wasn't no
attacked.
ships back then either.
Let me show you. The ship was attacked by Seminole Indians.
The boat or the ship?
Well, you would call it a boat. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you could call it either ship or boat,
Yeah.
but Rod's question, which is a really good question, is it's just the Seminole Indians are attacking it. So
Right.
the Seminole Indians aren't teaching him how to navigate the
Not
waters
yet.
that he
Well,
wouldn't
they
know.
took him.
So how did he know how to navigate those waters from a foreign place?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. If you read here, it says Spanish occupies
Who
indigo
wrote that?
rice.
Now, I
It
gotta
was
bring one
doing.
thing to your attention.
It was
When the
doing
invaders
this.
tell the story, they call us Seminoles. When our people tell the
Right.
story, they say Gullah Geechee or Gullah.
Right. Okay. True. It says it was during this time that Charles plotted his freedom. The ship sailed up the St. John River, throughout the Savannah River, where it was attacked by the Seminole Indians. Many slaves lost their lives. Okay, doing that,
Yeah, but we're talking
evidently
about the
he
part
was
of the
taken, he was even joined up with them, or they took him
Right
captive.
there, it say he escaped.
It says it. Yeah, it is said that Charles Anson Campbell eluded his captors by carefully plotting out his course due
Look at
west
Rod.
of
That's
Rock
not the
River
Seminole.
instead of
That's not
going
the
north.
Seminole. See, we're talking different periods.
Okay.
As a child and then as an adult. I don't know how he wound up in South Carolina.
To
But
tell
in
you right there how you
1850,
wound up in South Carolina, when the Seminoles attacked the ship, he plotted his path, navigated westward instead of going north where the conflict was
right,
going
he
down.
didn't go north where the white man could catch him, where they looked for slaves, heading north. He went west into the western counties. And
Exactly. They say it
and
right there.
and as an adult, not now as a child, but as an adult, he winds up in Western County, South Carolina in 1850, married to this woman, Mary, and with children.
I don't got no problem with none of that. The only thing I'm asking is he escaping the Seminoles. Now remember, who's telling the story and who's calling us Seminoles?
I'm telling the story.
Okay, because
This is me writing the story based on I understood it and learned it.
right now in the paper it say that when they were attacked, it didn't say when he was older. It say when they was
He was
attacked,
young.
he plotted his course and navigated westward
Right.
to avoid the north, the enemies. Now, who's attacking the ship? Who is he trying to avoid? If the European is rolling up the river, going north in the ship, and they get attacked by the Seminole Indians, which is the Gullah Geechee led confederation of tribes. So they get attacked, and during this attack, a lot of slaves is getting killed along with their captors by these tribes. But instead of him continuing that path, he plotted his path. He's plotting the path, meaning that you mapping out a course.
Okay.
He can't map out a course to somewhere he's never been.
Right. Let me explain
Something that's new to him.
Right.
I'm just saying that the way that the story is told is telling it like somebody was feeding misinformation to mislead you from the land and disassociate you, but the movement of the ancestor becomes apparent when they say he plotted his path.
Right.
Which in order to plot your path, you got to know the land layout. You have to know the alignment to the stars and where you are actually at when you plotting your path.
Right.
He decided once he plotted his path, he needed to go west on a different river system in order to escape what was going down with the war. Because this is the stronghold of the war they talking about right here.
Okay. Okay. Understand, I'm the writer.
West though, that's going east.
Listen to me. That's going west. It's opposite of east.
No, it's not. If you coming from St. Johns County, I'm in Jacksonville.
Not
right
St. Johns County, St. Johns River.
St. Johns River, it still flows through. It's the only river that flows the opposite way.
Where is it coming from?
It's coming from, he's in St. Augustine, right? If he's off of St. Augustine, then that's I'm from Savannah. Okay. I'm in Jacksonville, so I'm right there. So it's to the east. It's you going east. You're not going west.
He's going away from.
No, but he's coming from Florida towards Savannah.
He's coming from Florida.
That's
he's heading
east.
Toward. Right, that is east. Florida is east, but he's going up the Savannah River into the Carolinas. So that's going west.
No, if he's going in the Carolinas, he's going east. If he's going into Georgia, he's going west.
No, y'all wrong. Because I'm right.
Not if he's going up in Aiken. And that's where that's where the family is, in Aiken and in Williston and in Blackfield. All of that is Western County, South Carolina, the Western counties of South Carolina.
Pull up a map.
Yeah, I can't pull up a map. Somebody can pull it up. I would have to stop sharing this.
Yeah, I can pull it up. So wait, it's John River to where, South Carolina?
Go to Savannah River, because that's the river that they were attacked on.
Right, and I'm from Savannah, so he's going east. You can't be in St. Augustine.
If you're going towards the coast, you're going east. But if if you're going towards Williston and not Savannah, if you're heading on the Savannah River, heading towards say the Savannah River project up in Aiken, South Carolina, you're heading west.
No, sir.
And that's where my family is. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
I'm living in Hilton Head right now. I'm on the coast. In order for me to go to Hilton Head, in order for me to go to Aiken, I have to go 278 west. If I go 278 east, I'm going to go to the ocean. If I want to go to Aiken, I got to go west from where I am. And I'm in Hilton Head right now. Actually, Bluffton, which is right on the coast, 6 miles from the city of Hilton Head, right off of 278.
That river running east in the motherfucker right there.
Thank
That's
you.
right. I'm at the ocean.
Look,
I'm at the
look
ocean.
at the map. Don't listen to me. Look at the map.
Where are
It's running northeast. It's running north, and it curves, but then it goes back east.
we?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, right now, if you going in the Savannah River from Florida off the ocean, and you going up the river, you're going toward Western County, South Carolina, and Western Georgia. I'm sorry.
No.
That's north.
West Georgia is like
Yeah,
Albany.
that's the East Coast.
Right. West
That's the
Georgia.
East Coast.
No,
Georgia's
no.
the eastern state. Yeah, like that's
Savannah.
the East Coast.
Savannah,
Right.
East Coast. Atlanta is not East
Hey,
Coast.
shrink that map, son.
Atlanta is not East Coast. Augusta is not East Coast.
Listen, man.
Wow.
Look up Williston,
Okay,
South
I got
Carolina.
you.
That's Western South Carolina. That's where my family is from. I'm on the ocean. Going up from Jacksonville. You got to go up. If you want to get to the Savannah River, you got to go north. It's sitting right there. Hilton Head. If you want to go into western counties of South Carolina, you got to go west. Away from the ocean.
Apostle, honey, I just want to ask you, what message are you trying to convey here to us, baby?
What I wanted to show,
Yeah.
and is I guess for most of us,
Mm-hmm.
on one part of my family, for the first 3 generations, they're pure African blood. Yet, when it came to my grandfather, who was of pure African blood for 3 generations, he married a Cherokee woman. And on her side of the family, her family never lived in Africa. They
What part of
always been.
Africa? What part of Africa was this?
My father, my grandfather, Charles Anson Campbell, now, his parents were from Sierra Leone.
we know in that
They were from Sierra Leone of the Timney
Apostle,
people.
it said that she's had African-born parents as well.
Right.
So it seems like where you're getting this information is a mixed information. You just said for a fact she was Indian, but in your paper,
I was just going to say that.
That's his different grandmother. That's Levia.
Okay.
That's Levia Tony.
But you said the first,
Not Charles Anson Campbell's mother. I don't know
but
her
you said
name.
the first 3 generations, right?
On my grandfather's side.
Okay, baby. What year was this?
All right, let's go back up.
You
Okay.
talking
I said right here,
Mm-hmm.
it starts here at the beginning. Charles Anson Campbell, Sierra Leone, Timney people, his mother and his father. He was born 2 days after the slave ship. Only his mother was captured in Africa and brought to America. Y'all was talking about the harshness of that living in that hole. She had a baby inside her.
Well, this is only 60 people. That's not the slave ships that they were showing us the images of.
No, that's 60 females, brother. That has nothing to
60
do with,
people is different from 200, 300, 2,000 people.
bruh.
It's
I
much
listen.
different,
I
especially
said,
on boats.
I
Boats
see y'all
coming
don't,
on
So
the
he's
y'all.
trying to
Atlantic.
say, wait, hold on, you guys. He's trying to say there were 60 females and 140 males, or it was 60 females to
There were
however
60
different men,
females of
and that
breeding
was the
age,
whole cargo.
30 young females.
But my question to you would be, did
I
you
had a question,
see
but you
did
talked
you
through my
see a
question.
primary source of this, or is this
Yes. Yeah.
information okay,
This
so you
this
have a slave ship record,
yeah.
cargo record?
The Charlotte Cape. You can look it up right here.
Well, no, if you look it up, it's going to give us a secondary source of what they talk about. I'm asking you, have
Yeah.
you seen the primary source of the Cherokee Cape, meaning the actual ledger that they had at the time when they got those people? Have you seen anything like that? The actual
Only
ledger?
thing I saw was the cargo manifest
Okay.
that the slave ship had. The cargo that was on it. And then also the book Hands Across the Atlantic, written by the professor at the state Florida Gainesville, the state college, Florida State University at Gainesville uh, uh, College. He and another lady, Jan, somebody wrote this book about the slaves of Sierra Leone. And
Yeah,
it
so that's what
mentions,
we were getting to.
right, it
That this is a
mentions
part of the
all of this.
narrative. This is a
Right.
part of the narrative, but that's what Rod Hayes was getting to. And Sister Freedom, you can ask your question right after this. I just wanted to point that out, how they even mistake and they were trying to feed into the narrative, but even in their story, they start debunking themselves within the narrative to show that this person has a lot of or understanding that indigenous people would have, because a foreigner would not know how to plot the land and go on the sea. They would just be guessing. So there's no way they would be able to say, okay, I can plan an escape on a land I've never even been on. It shows that this person could very much have been indigenous to this land, even though the narrative that they gave you is that they're from Africa.
Well,
and that's the thing. Hold on, Apostle, real quick. Much respect,
Yeah.
Apostle Shalom. You know how it is. You know, my thing is this.
Who's
I
talking?
think this is Eitan Yah.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So yeah.
Can
What's
you
going
put
on,
the
brother?
screen down, Josie,
Yeah.
please? Thank you.
Yeah. You know, I think the one thing, because Rod said, in peace to Rod, good work, good brother, keep doing your thing. And I think the question that he asked is important, because the bottom line is that when he asked you who actually put that together, you say you did.
I did.
So that,
Yeah.
so
Based on
that's
research. Right.
yeah, but that's your understanding, and a lot of
Right.
us by default still are subjected to that narrative that we learned as a child. And the one thing I will say is this: everybody knows North America is a big continent, and you can easily be moved from, if you go from, let's just say you go from New York, or you go from Chicago, Detroit, you go through those canals, you go through those rivers and everything, and you get to the Mississippi. Yeah, that's going to take a minute to get there. And that's a whole nother country. That's a whole nother demographic. You know, but the thing is that we so fixated on West Africa, we so fixated on that slave narrative, that we kind of confuse those things. So my thing is, big bro, you know what I'm saying, elder, is that maybe you should do a little bit more deep diving into that. You already set the narrative for yourself. Don't stop there. Keep going, because there's something in there. Because I think Rod said something, Dulcinea said something, Freedom said something. So it's something that they want to get, and that's not clear. And you know, with that African narrative, being that he is from Africa or whatever, and from Senegal, I mean, Senegal got a whole story with the whole people moving, expatriating from America, going back over to Senegal. Senegal is not that old.
Yeah, true.
So you see what I'm saying?
And you got a lot of Hebrew. You got a lot of Hebrew traditions right there in Senegal.
Who is the brother that's talking right now? Because I don't see his name up.
I think it's Antoine.
It's a lion.
He brought up a key point, and you can go to the map and you can pull this up. Slave transport from the north to the south.
And I wonder who, and this is more of a rhetorical question, but I'm curious.
But wait a minute, Dots, I just want to hear. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to cut you off like that. I just want to hear, what was you about to say, Rod, about this, about what you was about to say when you say you can pull it up?
There is a record of us being transported from one part of our land to another part of our land so they could tell us that we foreign to the entirety of the land. They got this recorded. That's why I say you could pull it up. Slaves transported from the north to the south.
There you go.
Well, remember, they say that the north was non-slave holding and the south held slaves.
That's not true.
So how are you transporting slaves from the north to the south? You have to be transporting POWs you caught in the north to the south. But do whatever story you tell them, our ancestral information, data, always leaks out in the detail. Oral tradition. Pay attention to that, because we didn't go by the written record. We went by the spoken word. This is why we had griots. Also, the reason why I brought up him navigating the land, because they're describing the native, but they telling us he's from Sierra Leone. He's a foreigner, but he's performing as if he's familiar with the territory he's currently on. That's the description of the native. That's why I asked you, where'd you get Seminole from? And you say, I wrote it. Because when the enemies tell us the story of the Gullah Wars, they call us Seminoles to control the narrative that runaway slaves joined on to the tribes, and we fought alongside the tribe as runaway slaves, but we was chiefs the whole time, bringing our armies to come fight in the Gullah Wars, to give aid and assistance to the distressed tribes that we was called. The call didn't come from Florida. The call came from the Carolinas. But we all fought the war in Florida to try to stop the advance of the Spaniard. The conquistadors is who we was fighting in Florida. And that's how we got to be called Seminoles.
Right. But Rob, understand. When I wrote that, I was in my early 30s. I'm 68 years old, brother. There was no computers.
Right.
You understand? I grabbed the information that I could from where I could.
Right. That's why I had to point out those.
Everybody back then, not just me, everybody back then had the same African American. I'm African American. Everybody 30 years ago was talking that talk.
That's what Antanye was.
We didn't know anything about this thing in America, turtle, calling America turtle.
I knew I wasn't African. My mom had been telling me my entire life we not from Africa.
Yeah, well, my mom's told me we were Indian, but she also said her father was that African. Her grandfather was that African. Her grandmother was Cherokee. Now, that's the way she always said it. When I go to Ancestry.com and I look up Olivia Tony, it says in 1885, she had to register as one of the 5 civilized tribes in America as a Cherokee. And all the Tonys, when you go look them up, it says full-blooded Cherokee, full-blooded Native, full-blooded Native.
So
that's the Tonys, and that's
the term Cherokee, right? If you go to Google and type up etymology of Cherokee, it's going to tell you the tribes that was classified as an exonym. They didn't name themselves Cherokee. Invaders named them Cherokee.
Right.
Right. Yeah. So what I'm showing you is they gave us a narrative, and then their universities taught it as the facts.
Right.
The purpose of the narrative was to separate the people and the land so we would never reclaim the land from the invaders. The invaders that did it were Spaniards. These invaders brought us their Spanish conquistador culture and their English culture.
Exactly.
They was a band of royal families from Europe, across Europe, Frenchmen, Dutch, Portuguese, but they was all melanated. The servants they brought originally with them was paleface. And the slaves that they caught up in the wars they had with Mongols, Huns, and Vedics.
Right.
These people was put into villages over in Europe, but when they brought them over here as their servants, they are now a single group of people through marrying who was in the village. They bring them over here and send them to Indian school as children. And this is how they systematically replaced us. And this is why the razzle dazzle with the names. The names is to confuse us to our identity as being from this land, the same as reparations is being used. Because if you accept reparations, you accept the fact that you ain't from this land. Therefore, whatever the wealth of the land is, you have no stake in it. It's systematic, it's military, and it's cultural warfare. Dr. John Henry Clark told us that these people has been fighting a war on our culture. It's just so happened that we are also part of the culture.
So we can't accept reparations as sons of slaves?
Wait, hold that thought, Apostle, because that's another line right there. Because what he's saying is what Ron's saying is true and correct, and the people are afraid to say this stuff. Now, here's the thing: I can tell you from my own mother's grandfather and grandmother on her mom's side that they was actually a part of the Indian removal from Florida.
Okay.
They were considered Seminoles, and my great grandfather's wife was murdered on the way.
Okay.
Because they was trying to kill him, but she jumped in front of the shotgun and he escaped to Washington State.
Right. So it was Charlie Youngblood, but yeah.
Exactly. Right. And my mother's people grew up in Kanawha, Oklahoma, Seminole County, Muskogee, all day long. You see what I'm saying? So I know a lot of people got the narratives, but I can actually show you that that's what the story is. So I'm just saying, I mean, Rod ain't saying nothing wrong to you, brother. You know what I'm saying?
And can I show one thing to go along with what Rod Hayes is saying? Because I found this interesting. And I'm not sure what maps you were talking about, but if you know exactly where I should go, just let me know. But I just wanted to show this really quickly because I find this interesting. So if you look here, they have a map and it says from 1808 to 1865, the domestic slave trade routes, right? So you can kind of see how they're going. And I believe this is kind of what was happening too when you're talking about going up to Savannah, but St. Augustine would be over here in Florida. But it's showing you the routes in which that they were taking for the slave trade. Now, if I stop sharing this and then I go to the Underground Railroad maps, they're pretty much identical. It's like they're the same routes that people would know about. So I think that's just interesting of stuff that we need to actually look for when we're looking at these maps, or they're saying a certain thing or giving us a certain narrative, because it seems like we had a really good idea of how to navigate the land, and everything that they're saying are routes are taking over the indigenous routes that were already known by them.
There's something I want to point out about the two maps, the differences in. Look at the directions of the arrows in this one. It's going south to north.
Right.
When you go to the other one, go back to the other one.
Okay.
I am going to ask a question, Rob, when you said something about reparations, and I need you to make me understand that if we accept them, that somehow we forfeit.
I'll explain that, but look at the direction the arrows are pointing.
They're
coming
going
down.
north to south now.
They're going.
They're coming from the north to the south.
To the
Right,
south.
exactly.
Other one was going from the south to the
To
north.
the north. Right.
Yeah.
Remember the razzle dazzle. They shuffling the people around on the land.
Mm.
I can hold my question because I know people just came up to ask
I'm
the question.
interested in hearing
Peace,
that.
stop cats, peace.
Peace,
Peace,
Richie.
peace, peace to everybody on the panel.
What's
No,
up, legendary?
turn up one time, Pastor.
What's
Peace,
up?
peace, Top Cat. What it do?
Peace, T Pontiac.
Peace, God. Peace, God. I miss you, man.
Man, can't wait till we get back in there, man. I want to do something with me, you, and Dane. So hopefully we can put that together.
Oh man, I've been dying to talk to Dane, man. Dane saw he the fucking truth, man. And I'm so sick of these unapologetically African niggas slashing out at him, and he right with the receipts.
He told me to set it up. He told me to set it up. He said he
Make it happen.
All right, bet. Say
I want to give my brother all his flowers if I can muster him up.
All right, bet. Be looking for me in your DM. I'm gonna set it up and I'm gonna let you know.
I want to know why can't I accept me some reparations, man? Because I could use.
Okay, so let me address that. Reparations is a drop in the bucket compared to what we owe.
I agree.
The wealth of the people of the land far exceed anything they can muster up to give us reparations. They notice they need you to claim somewhere other than the Americas. So now, whatever the turnaround bring the tribes from over here, you accepted reparations and said it had nothing to do with you. It's taking the dollar so that you can forego 100 million. It's a deceptive fraud in our face so that we there's no way they can give us reparations because they owe us everything already. There's nothing they can give us to reparate that. They can't repair that. Only thing they can do is give us what's rightfully ours, and they gonna be broke.
Yeah, well, give us that.
Well, give it to us, because I was trying to understand that. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, Apostle. I didn't mean to cut over you. And that's really have a question. Really, no. I wasn't saying it like that, Apostle. I got respect. Dots had a question, and I did cut over her, and it hasn't gotten back to her yet. But I was just saying they done stole everything from us, and you mean to tell me that if they offer us $100,000 each, we should say no? And they just stole our land and
that's the beginning.
Everything on these lands right here.
Look,
you don't have to put no
if you go and investigate, they had no right to trade in our resources. They could only stockpile and borrow money against them. They've been floating. Listen, they've been floating their legal fiction economy off money borrowed against our asset.
Exactly.
The national debt is owed to the tribes.
That's right.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
Right. So that is just to facilitate government. But we was wealthy before they came.
You probably
so
right,
we just trying to get the land and the wealth of the land back, and they trying to give you reparations to forego that.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Instead of taking what you rightfully deserve and what's rightfully yours, I'm gonna give you a payout so that when anybody come for what's rightfully yours, I already paid you. You've been reparated.
I just bought 10.6 acres in Tennessee.
Exactly what you're saying.
$80,000.
They done made money on. Wait a minute, Apostle. They done made money on these lands. So see, we deserve the land and a piece of that dollars.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you an example. Let me rephrase. Let me say what Rod said. Let me say it a different way. I'm in California, right? So
Cali love.
And I'm gonna put it to actually back to Kanawha, Oklahoma. My great grandmother's brother owned like 400 acres out here, and he was leasing it out to some of these companies that was coming in there to try to pull some of the minerals, but they only had a 7-year lease. I think what Rod is saying, I don't know if tell me if I'm wrong, is that they ain't paid their lease. They've been squatting on the land. They've been pulling the resources, and they ain't paid their dues or what they go. We go back to the land grants and all that type we can talk about. But the other thing is that in California, there was just something put out January 24th, and I mentioned it on here before, and I'm glad Rod here and Topcast here, I can mention it right now, and Apostle. The bottom line is this, right? The first paragraph of that article is in Politico. It says specifically that the reparation thing was put back up on the table, but basically talking about how people of color, quote, have been getting their lands taken under eminent domain. Now, I want Rod to talk about eminent domain because he could break it down, but this is the thought they was talking about. You're not getting no money now. They're changing it. It's like, it ain't money. You want your land back, you could get your land back. But they saying money is in the back end. The money for me, because I understand, like I listen to Rod. Rod be talking my language when you talking about admiralty law and all that type of stuff. I'm not gonna go on to that. But when you're accepting money, you're accepting a contract. You're accepting a contract to say you're gonna forego this, and then you're gonna accept this, but then you're forfeiting what is truly yours, which is the land. You take this money and you go ahead and do whatever you got to do. Rod, go ahead and take it from there.
Well, wait a minute before Rod, before you do that, I just want to ask Chief Topcats, do you agree with the reparation thing that Rod said?
Well,
or do you want the money? No, I'm just playing.
Well, I understand exactly what he's saying. I say this here, when from 1863 to the 60s, their whole plan was to take the land. So millions of acres were stolen in the South. You had them at Johns Hopkins University. He say, if you want to find the lynching, then follow the stolen land in America. So what during the 80s, where you get HR 40 and 89 from is you had black farmers and people coming together saying that our land has been stolen by the United States and the USDA. Right. So it was a big in 1999 they had a federal court case, the U.S. Agriculture Department. So it was settled under the Obama administration. A lot of people didn't know, and they received $50,000 for each person that can prove that they were farmers. You feel me? At that certain particular time in Georgia, in 1912, Georgia tried to rid everybody out of the city. You have Forsyth, Georgia. Y'all look up that story where they lynched them and stole out of their land. And they even went back in modern time. It's a lawyer on the case now. She went back, and a lot of that property out there was never sold. And so the deeds were never turned over to the people who's on the property now, which is an all-white community. And so they came with, I started asking them, what proof do y'all have that y'all a slave for us, the ADOS movement, FBA in their beginning? So I was asking, what proof do y'all have? And this is a legal matter. So if you're going to walk in the courtroom and say that a crime has been committed, you would have to be able to prove and have evidence that something happened to you. So then you get AB 3121. The lady that became the president, or over it, the speaker, Camilla, well, they got the game from me. They took it. Another guy, they said that I was the second most important person to it under Dr. What's his name? Donnery wrote the book From Here to Equality, him and his wife. But he was starting the story off in 1776. And so I got him all the way right with the history, got them into their genealogy. And so that's when they all started trying to find the crime that was committed to them. And out of that, you got it changed from race-based. Yeah, I remember that big debate, whether it's going to be race-based, meaning all black people get it, and they wanted to block the immigrants. So it the vote came in, and it came back lineage-based, meaning you would have to prove through your genealogy and your family history that a crime was committed to you in order for you to receive reparations.
Also, to add to that, when you review all of the people that the United States government gave reparations to, there's a common denominator. All of them tied back to a operational corporate government somewhere in the world, right? this government had a lobbying body that fought for their people that was in the Americas to receive the reparations payout. The prime example was the Japanese that was held in internment camps during World War II. As part of the settlement of World War II, the peace treaty, they gave reparations to those, not just Japanese, they had some Chinese mistaken as Japanese in those internment camps too. But they didn't give them reparations. They only gave the Japanese reparations because it was part of a negotiated contract between two corporations to settle a war. We talking about the reparations. First of all, they money is legal fiction. It's fiat. That means they said it has value. Ever since 1933, when they took us off the gold standard, their money has no value.
Right.
It's only valuable as long as they can use it to trade oil.
Right.
Well, the BRICS nations then damned them on that dollar. So now their reparative dollars have no value to the tribes. Our wealth is tied to the land. Give us what's rightfully ours, and you can take your monopoly money and wipe your ass with it. But if you accept the monopoly money, what they are in turn saying is, I'm from another land and I got a lobbying body that represents me on that land in the treaty negotiations to give me a reparations for the conditions you put me in. My question becomes, if you're going to receive reparations, which African nation that you say you came from has a lobbying body lobbying to get you your reparations? Because
I don't mean to stop you. I'm not talking about
this land.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about on this land. I'm not talking about no African
right,
nation.
but the only way, because the reparations is tied to your African slave trade identity. It's not tied to your indigenous status to the land.
Well, I say this to that. He's right in it for the HR 40. So they went for 40 years. Now California is the only one that adopted a new one, which would be lineage based, if you can prove. But the thing was that California didn't come in to a statehood or U.S. jurisdiction until when slavery was the proclamation was signed. So it's a trick bag, really, in this political move to get votes to bring in that black population there, and because they didn't flip California blue, they want to keep it blue, and that's under Newsom. Now,
Well, let me jump in real quick, Cat. See, here's the thing about Cali, right? Cali, right? Every state is a country, and every country has to have a treaty. Right, and the treaty that you're dealing with California is the Hidalgo Treaty, which never was legitimate.
Yeah, 1848.
That's right. That means no constitution is legitimate. California has been a slave state for what they call it now, a police state, for the last almost 100 plus, well, over 100 plus years. And this is the thing when a lot of people, like, there's a book called The Grapes of Wrath, and it talks about. And that's one of the main books we had to read growing up out here, because it talks about the navigation, or we could say the migration from people coming from Oklahoma and coming from past the Mississippi over here to California. Like when my mom came out here in 1969, you know how many people she knew? I mean, we didn't even know that she had all this family that's been here since the 40s. You know what I'm saying? That came up over here and left Oklahoma. And some left Texas, you know what I'm saying? And that was pretty much our main two states that where we was at. So that's the thing. So this place has always been a slave state. And this is why they was running people over here, and so that way they can get control over here. Now, at that point in time, when you deal with Title 25 USC, which deal with the Indian codes, which has some relation. I know a lot of people don't like to use those codes, but the bottom line is that it has codes in there that talks about people that's west of the Mississippi are to be protected.
Right, because they was never supposed to cross the Appalachians to begin with.
Exactly.
It was the Lewis and Clark expedition that crossed them over into the West. It was the Mexico-American War that gave them control of California down to Texas.
Right.
Right.
Right. Notice there was a war.
Right.
The land that they held in treaty is the result of the resolution of a war. They all this stuff is to disassociate the people from the land.
Yeah.
If we reclaim the land back, all of them, we was in a warlock.
Right.
You know
This is
he
what
killed
put us in
himself, right?
poverty.
You know he
That's
killed
The
right. And they
himself.
warlock.
chasing us, and they chasing us
The
still off.
brother trying to
They
say
not gonna
something.
stop. They not gonna stop until they chase us off the planet. That's it. They want us to fall off that cliff. They ain't gonna stop. I'm telling you, what's going on in California, and like Rare Bird said it. The bottom line is they still taking people's land through these fraudulent court cases and things like that, and they do them big time out here in California. You see what I'm saying? And
You
that's
know
the
the
key
Most
thing.
High did
Anton,
Lewis and Clark good.
Anton, real quickly. No, wait,
Brother,
Freedom, wait. I had a question a while ago,
yes,
and
you
I'll get
did.
to the brother. So just 1
Yes,
second,
you
I
please.
did. Yes,
I
you did.
apologize. I apologize. I apologize.
No, it's all good. There's no reason to apologize. So, I know another way that a lot of families have lost land was through heirs property law. And so I know you guys know what that is, and I would love but there may be some people in the chat who is not familiar, right? So someone, if you can, explain what heirs property law is and how people can start or families start to reclaim land or property that was taken from them through that. When you're talking about using the legitimacy of the court or in a court of law.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna give that to Rod. But what I'm gonna say is,
I asked
Rod.
him that already. in the beginning.
Oh, okay. I just jumped on. Okay, heirs property is this. There's a difference between heirs property, and there's a difference between you being a descendant of somebody that the land is owed to you. Heirs property is when they put you in another tax bracket. It's like them putting you on the county property tax rolls. So the bottom line is, this is how they get you on a tax issue, because everything is that when they get you on a tax issue, that's when you under the federal government, and now they could come in and impose themselves. And then if you got a greedy relative, because I know a lot of people that actually went through this. I mean, I'm in California, but we only people, and there's a few of us in California. We all in the South, and the bottom line is, we had them stories, coming from my mama, you know what I'm saying? She told me all the stories where people was actually selling the land without talking to anybody else. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Hold on. Got babies running around here.
What is Lex talking about?
Yeah, one of the most important cases to it to come through the Cherokee. I heard y'all speaking about the Cherokee earlier.
Right.
The Cherokee I'm speaking about is when they unified all of the divisions and created the Cherokee government in 1794. Y'all can Google that, Cherokee government 1794 to 1907. But one of their famous cases is the Marshall Trilogy, where the McIntosh family bought land from the federal government, but the Indians claimed the land. The people that were there saying they got the land from the Indians. Well, that became a problem in the United States wanted to establish state dominance. This was one of the first times this happened, and say that the land is no longer in Indian occupancy because of the Indian Removal Act. And so they granted the McIntosh family that land. And we know the McIntosh family were prevalent in the Creek Indians, as William McIntosh is the one who gonna end up signing the treaty that ceded 23 million acres of land. He was murdered for that. But that Marshall Trilogy is one of the first that ended up establishing that Indian law based on the United States taking land from the indigenous, not respecting the indigenous after they go into statehood.
Right.
So
And
yeah,
that's
so when you get back, so basically that's one of the key things right there, because when you're dealing with heirs property, and I can relate it to the present time, right? Like, you deal with a situation where somebody, has a home, has land and stuff like that, and then you get in a situation, you don't pay your mortgage, and then they do these things, and then they move you into an unlawful detainer, and you go from a landowner to a tenant in a matter of seconds. What happens is that they upgraded it, and this is how they do it in California, to where they pretty much assign it, where now it rolls over into a county situation or a government issue situation, where they become now the landlord.
Right.
And
They
then
had a
I'm
jurisdiction.
watching what I'm saying right now. I'm trying to
No.
abbreviate
They
a
had
little bit.
once they claimed statehood, and then
Yeah.
now they're not respecting it. So that's
Right.
what the 14th Amendment was for. So if you sign up and become a U.S. citizen, we're in the territory, we're not respecting any government. If you want any type of benefits, you can sign up as a U.S. citizen. But it will strip you of your sovereignty and your rights to your sovereign government that you represented. So that's why a lot of people oppose that.
Right.
So
We got
heirs
to
property
remember.
is the older school of that, though. Though heirs property is the older school that they just had to upgrade it, and it's going along in all the different states. You know what I'm saying? It really is. My bad, Rod. Go ahead.
We have to remember how they got the land from those tribes in the South.
I'm glad
Our
you.
people spoke mostly tribal tongue in the South during the 1800s. We knew to the language called English, and we totally ignorant to the language called legalese. They draw what's called the sharecropper agreement. The sharecropper agreement was being forced as a squatter right, right? So they come in and they lend the farmer money.
Right. Not just that, tools.
And when they couldn't pay the money back, they took the land.
They didn't make
No,
Right.
not yet. First, they'll give them a good crop. They'll let them get a good crop. This make them believe that the one holding the agreement with them is honorable and will cover what they said, and they will accept the split on the back end for the crop. Next year, the crops go in, beautiful crops all across the field. 3 a.m., all of the crops on fucking fire.
You better
Right?
stop. And you know what? That's so typical them. Damn, that's typical them.
Next year roll around. Don't worry about the fire last year. We'll just roll it into next year's payment.
Yeah, Santa Ana burned
But
down my
honestly,
property
they
in
don't
Texas.
need a fire. All they got to do is say it wasn't a good crop. They don't have to prove
Or
it.
they'll tell you, or they'll tax you, because through
Right.
that time before the time that it takes for crops to come in,
That
you
sound
still
like
get
a
borrowing. You know, they're loaning you, still loaning you money, loaning you different things. Come on in the store, you can get what you want.
And you
And then
can't
when
pay
it
it
comes
back.
to the tally, right? Exactly. Now you owe them.
You can't pay it
They
back.
told
Yeah, now you, by the time it's time to get paid, you owe them. They got a balance. They done king. Yeah, they owe some done king. shit.
After my father passed, these people, this corporation, land corporation, treat people that do something about trees, got in touch with my mother because they wanted the trees on this particular land down down by the Santee River in King Street. But my father was listed as an owner. But at 12 years old, they said he pawned it. When he was 12 years old, they said he pawned it. And these people been paying the tax on the land all this time. But they couldn't do nothing with the trees because my father's dead and he really owns the land.
Right.
But it didn't matter to them because when he was 12 years old, he pawned it. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm sorry.
I'm talking 120 something acres right there in Santee, South Carolina. Right there that my father and his brother owned, that they done stole from them.
Yeah, and remember, you're not allowed to enter into a contract until you reach the age of majority.
That's
Was
what
there
you're
ever a
supposed to believe.
situation
He
where,
was 12. His brother was 8.
was there ever a situation where, say, if a woman lost her husband and she had land, the husband had land, and he was going to give it to his kids, but he passed on, but because she was a woman?
Sweetheart swindle. That's how we got the plantations. Sweetheart swindles. The plantations wasn't a big house, it was Big Mama house. Until this new slickster from Europe rolled in married her, and poisoned her to death, and
And some
hires.
the husbands that passed away, brothers and stuff would take the land too. Take it
That,
right from
right, but in the tribes, when they do that, that's only to give it back to the daughters of the father whose children it was. They didn't take the land for selfishness. They tried to keep the land in the family at all costs.
Oh, they do that in Africa. I'm sorry. I had to place it.
Look, so what they doing, who is allowed to levy the tax on the land?
Who's allowed to levy the tax?
You have to be the one that's holding the title to the land.
Yeah. The deed.
You can't tax a land that's not under some kind of title treaty.
Right. Oh, okay.
This is the law of the landlords. The landlords came from Europe. They didn't come from over here.
Mhm.
And they use barristers to do their bookkeeping.
They're doing it right now.
They've been doing it the whole time.
Right
This
now.
this is what I'm trying to get us to see. All of this admiralty jurisdiction, nationality is the law of the flag, the law of the high seas. This is why a ship has a nationality, and all of the people have to have a nationality. Disregard your
Really, you own your home, but do you really?
No.
You, as long as you paying taxes on a piece of property, you're not the rightful owner.
Right.
That's what
Right.
You're
my
the renter. You're the tenant. This is part of the squatter rights. This is what they use in the squatter rights in the treaties.
Yeah, you don't loan that land that the house is on. But I wanted to ask a question based on what King Fletch said. It's, I think this is a good question, especially when it comes to these allodial titles, which I know a lot of people
Jordan Maxwell
in
just talked
different
about
places.
that.
But when people own them, or if a community is already there,
Right.
how do we then get the land back? Because they're going to say the rights are for the people that live there now.
Anything you buy allodity is God can't even take it from you.
Jordan Maxwell did talk, but I want to say
Jordan
something.
Maxwell just did that. Yeah.
Yep, I seen that.
Yeah.
Well, what Dulcie just said makes sense too. You know why I know that what you're telling is the truth? Because everything I do to my house, somebody can report it to the county, and they come either finding me or knocking on my door.
That means you don't own your house.
I own my house, but not the land that the house is on. And anything that you want to do, they got it set up. If I want to put a deck on the back of my house, they are the ones who I have to pay to come look at my deck to see if it's in there the way they want it. You see what I'm saying? I see just what you're saying, Rod.
You got a POA? You got a association, land association attached to in your area?
HOA.
POA. Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
We do, but I'm listening to what Dulcinea is saying and what Rod just said, because they have it set up, like you said, that the landlords is the people that came over. So the landlords have made a way for all of them to make money. So like I said, if I put a deck, and I found out the hard way, I had somebody come put a big deck on the back of my house. They was gonna make me tear it down. They came to my house, find me, and I'm snapping like, this is my house. How you gonna find me? But they got rules and regulations where
you got to get permission.
To the county, and you got to get permission to put anything up.
Yeah.
You got to put up. Dots know what I'm talking about.
Right.
It's building codes.
Right.
You got to put up a sign saying that you got a permit to do this, that, and another. And then they got to come in and make sure that you got 4x4 posts and all of that.
Right.
They did that to some farmers like a decade ago, and they were getting kicked out of their land because they wanted to, I think, make them use a certain fertilizer, a certain way that they would farm. And when they weren't doing that, they end up kicking them off the farm that some people said they had for like hundreds of years. And they said they didn't own the land. So
they don't.
Yeah, man.
Look, the only reason why, listen, go back to Martin Luther King explaining to us how they brought the peasantry from Europe and undergird them with a financial floor to mechanize their farms. Just because that's just the floor. The floor is still on top of the land. So the whole time they can use the land. Some of the farmers are now being paid not to farm. Been doing it for over 100 years. I got you all this farmland, but I'm gonna pay you not to farm nothing. Right? That's
Yeah.
because they need to control the output of the food resource. So
Hey,
all of this goes back to the eminent domain of the squatter right for the squatters to secure a piece of land
That's what I
from
would.
the landlords who came from Europe. And
That's
the
what.
Yeah.
landlords is operating under false pretenses of being our
Yes.
government under the color of law.
Yes.
That's that's not us. The person asked the question, how do you claim your land back when it's communities on them? We work with the community. We don't displace people in our culture. We work with the people that's in the community to restructure the community and allocate resources. When the big mamas is back in charge, it's about making sure everybody got food, clothing, and shelter.
Right.
It ain't got nothing to do with I'm gonna bully you off the land because I don't think you're supposed to be here. It's about the return of the resources back to the people from a government that sucked all of the people's resources out.
We don't stick
This is
together.
the crystal globe. We looking at have and have nots in the new world order. We chose not to be the have nots, so we took it all by blood
But
and by right. We was
and
born with the right to restore the balance back to the people and the lands.
and
All we
let me
got to
let me
do is put Big Mama back on her seat and go on about our business. Everything will fall in place according to the laws of nature.
and that's the thing though, because in Dulcinea, in allodial
Y'all
title,
gonna let that man in the middle talk though. I don't know his name, but you
real quick, but real quick, because we flowing. The thing is though, Dulcinea, when you talk about allodial title, if you look up definition of allodial title, you're talking about fee simple. So you have another term that's called fee simple. And everybody's not looking at their contracts and what they really have. They don't understand they have a beneficial interest in the land, in the contract, into the security instrument. They don't understand that they have actually a homestead that's already in place once you've been on the land for a certain point of time, depending on what state or country you're in North America. A lot of
Mhm.
people, and when you're dealing with HOAs, that's voluntary. If you look up at HOA, it's a nonprofit. It really ain't even supposed to be there unless it's a medical building. If you look up the definition, and it's only voluntary, you can do whatever you want. But once you fall up under that, then they think they have some control over your land. But your deed, your grant deed, and
Mhm.
your title insurance. You got title insurance. You got homeowners insurance. Your land title insurance tells you everything. So a lot of people don't look at those contracts. They don't sign them. They don't put a part of their grant deed, and they don't take control. Fee simple is fee simple. A allodial title is already there. Now, if you're
Mhm.
going to go ahead and register it with the county, then obviously you don't have to pay the county because they got to come pick up the trash. They got to go clean the streets. They got to do all these different type of things. But if you let them know that, hey, I'm gonna take care of this square right here, what I got, then basically
Right.
they out of the picture.
Right.
But
You can take your own trash.
if you take the benefit privilege from them, then yeah, you're gonna have to pay for it.
Right.
But that
So
doesn't mean you can't get it back. You can
the,
recoup that. But that's a whole different line of things that a lot of our people they know is not willing to take those steps. That's what I'm saying. It's tedious, but I'm telling
I
you, if
was
you own
gonna say
that line,
that.
yeah, you can
Even
get it all
look,
my
back.
neighbor, my neighbor got his fence on my property line 2.5 feet.
Well, that's where you need to get a
Well, you
see,
need
and
to
it's
get
the
him to
other
take
thing.
that down because after a certain time, that becomes his property.
Well, the other thing
eminent,
though,
yep.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah,
it becomes his
the other
property.
the other thing, freedom, is this. Real quick, Rob. My apologies, but the thing is, what other people don't do when they get a instead of and just getting an appraisal, they don't bring a land surveyor over there so you can understand the meets and bounds, the degrees up and below
You can
the
determine
house, below the house. You can do
whatever,
all that.
Yeah.
however
You see
you
what I'm
feel
saying?
as though your property is valued, you have that right to do so because that property does not matter to anyone else. It's the value in which you think it's worth. It doesn't matter a bank, a surveyor, this, that, and the other. No, this is my family property. This is what it's worth. And actually, there's no value. So how can you tell me what it is worth for me and what it means to me? Therefore, you become the authority. You
But the
don't
thing is,
allow
though,
them,
brother,
you don't
real
allow
quick,
them
brother,
to
real quick, brother,
dictate
real quick,
your
brother,
value.
real quick, brother. What Rod has been talking about? He's talking about the land. He's not talking about
Yeah, man.
property. There's difference. There's a difference. Dots asked me about heirs property. That's a tax. You're talking about property. You're not talking about the land, brother.
Okay,
And some of the things that you say,
when you are talking about
Wait, you
land,
guys.
you
Hold
are
on, you
talking.
guys. We don't want it to be a back and forth between you guys. We're gonna
no, I
let.
just had
I
that's just
yield the
quick.
floor.
That's just quick.
I
That's quick.
yield. I yield.
No,
So,
go
Look,
ahead, brother. No,
Nick,
go ahead, brother.
look.
Go ahead.
It's
Most of the people,
minerals.
Rod Hayes
It's
is coming.
everything
1 second, Shadow
abundance to the
Feather.
land.
Rod
I
Hayes is
yield.
gonna explain it how it works.
I yield.
look, these contracts, that's what they using to enforce their jurisdictional authority to govern what you do on your land. They make you sign an adhesion contract. Most people don't know when they do their mortgage contract that they sign in the agreement to follow what's the homeowners association of the area. They ain't gonna tell you if you don't read it for yourself, right? They're not gonna tell you what you have, why you got to pay taxes. They gonna tell you it's to supply the services of the local government. That's supposed to be paid from out of DC and the capital of the state. Not supposed to be paid for by the resident. But remember, the landlords is the ones who's issuing these patents for squatter rights, disregarding the tribal lands where our ancestors is actually buried at. This is making them sacred lands, and they don't qualify under none of the treaties. The sacred lands do not qualify for none of the treaties, and we got ancestors buried from coast to coast. So they asserting their jurisdictional authority based on treaties and based on contracts they making with individuals. It has nothing to do with them having the proper jurisdiction. It has something to do with them having us go along to get along without telling us that we going along to get along.
Mm-hmm.
It's all deception at its finest. We can argue the particulars of law,
To 100%.
right? But we still need to know what they use in the law to do to the people who's rightful heirs to the land. And they using what they call in the law to usurp the land law, the common law, the law of the people on the land of the tribes. All tribes west of the Appalachians are called in law dependent tribal nations. They call outlaw tribes and they call belligerent tribes. Why do they call us this? Because we never signed none of their contracts because we never agreed. They only have a contract with 5 civilized tribes for a small portion of the Virginia territory, is what it was called at the time. They don't got no contracts to cross the Appalachians. They made that shit up as they go. And then as they make it up, we end up believing they are legitimate government. So we support their takeover and shenanigans to get us to surrender the land.
Mm-hmm.
No tribal chief, look, no tribal chief from this land believes in selling land because to us it's like selling your mama and your children, and we don't believe in that.
Yeah.
The people that came over here sold their mama to leave and sold their children when they got here.
Yeah, not just
Hey,
Virginia.
hold on 1 second. I wanted to throw in the fact that like OG keeps saying about the they couldn't cross the Appalachians. Well, it was a law that was put in place by King George because they in the story they tell you that the British are the enemy. Now the British did play a role, but they amalgamated into Indian royal families. So George signed the proclamation law after the 1763 Treaty of Paris. He signed a proclamation law which outlawed them to pass the Appalachian Mountains. Now at this time they were doing slave raids, these Indians, and they were taking land, they was raiding other slave land. So this is what's gonna really set up what's gonna become. You're gonna get to the Revolutionary War. But you know what war happened after this? The Pontiac War. That's who Rod Hayes is. And so this is where Chief Pontiac comes in at, because after the 1763, those that still chose to come across the Appalachia were Pontiac and them rounded up the gang. And that's where what they call Pan-Indian Alliance, where all of these Indians that was coming out of these areas that was affected by the slave raiders coming down through the Great Lakes, back down to Virginia, down into Georgia. So you're going to see them coming out the Ohio River. You're going to get the Prophet T and his brother Tecumseh. And that's going to lead out of the Chief Pontiac, which will lead you into what they call the Revolutionary War.
And that was called the Ottawa Territory, and it was a conglomeration of tribes from all through what they call it the Northwest Territory. But we called it Ottawa Territory, and it was a group of tribes that was belligerent to the settlers crossing the Appalachians, interfering with the inland, what became later known as the Louisiana Purchase. The Protectorate Agreement of the French that they sold to the English was to make sure nobody crossed the Appalachians and went into. This is why you bring up King George, because they was not supposed to cross the Appalachians and go into what they called back then Indian territory or Bigfoot country, where them niggas with them big ass feet be stomping you across your neck.
Oh, come on now. My feet ain't
so when they telling us the stories, they telling us we mythical creatures. We werewolves. No, we not werewolves. We just werewolf pelts when we fucking you up. Right? We wear the pelts of the jackal, or what we call over here the coyote. Right? So they came over as bloodsuckers. They vampires. We was already here, and they say we look like kin, so they call us lichens. And they tell us it's a story called Twilight. It's just a love story, but between a little pink girl and a little pink boy. But the native tribe turning into werewolves in the movie, and the pink motherfucker come from Europe to marry the little chick because she got the blood from both tribes, the European tribe and the American tribes. So he gonna try to marry her so they can have this special baby. This is the story is redundant. It's the same shit over and over. Your whole Jesus Christ story reworked. Born of the blood of the Jews, but the Jews murdered his ass at the hands of the Romans. It's the same fucking story. They just dress it up in a different suit. It's the same goddamn lie. It's just a well-dressed lie now. It was dressed up to look like a superhero.
Like Dodge in that Catwoman suit. Let me chill.
Hey, my battery about to cut us off.
It is. You can't put your charger on. Bye.
Yeah, I just tried to put the charger on. I think I put it on too late. I wasn't paying no attention to that damn battery.
My inner battery is about to go dead, so I'm gonna go.
Does it show that it's charging now?
It's it's charging, but I don't know if it's gonna be fast enough to keep us on.
Yeah.
But we 3.5 hours in. If they don't get it now, they ain't gonna get it.
Question you wanted to ask, Lex? Hi, Lex.
Yeah, I got some information.
Oh, here we go.
The guy with the ponytail, with the
right, and some information. Please make it in question form, please. We're not gonna do a debate here tonight. We just want.
No, I have information I want to share. I want to share my screen. That's all right.
Oh Lord, well, we'll wait on you then. Does anybody have a question first? No, let's see if anyone has a question first. Then we'll come back to him because he wants to.
Well, I have a question about the information I'm going to share.
Oh, okay. I got you. Well, go ahead. It's open.
You sure? You seem a little reluctant. I mean, if it's not the time, that's all right.
Come on, Lex.
Lex.
Come on.
I just didn't know if you were gonna make a presentation out of it or not. Like,
Yeah, kinda. You know me. I got like 3 things. So this right here, right, is called The History of the American Indian by James Adair, written in 1775. It was published. James Adair spent 50 years living amongst different Indian tribes and reporting on their culture. That's what basically kind of what the Jesuits would do. They were spies. They would come in and live amongst the Indians, learn their language, learn their ways, some military operation. But I want to read something from here. And this was 1775, so it's pretty early, right? Um, so let me just go down to the beginning of the book right here. And yeah, hold on, let me get to chapter 1 real quick. Here we go. Preface. Hold on. All right, content. Here we go. All right. The Indians, the history of North American Indians and their customs. The Indians are of a copper or red clay color. They delight in everything which they imagine may promote and increase it accordingly. They paint their faces with vermilion as the best and most beautiful ingredient. If we consider the common laws of nature and providence, we shall not be surprised at this custom, for everything loves best its own likeness and place in creation. It is disposed to ridicule and is disposed to ridicule its opposite. If a deformed son of burning Africa, you can see their bias, he's trying to say Africans look deformed or some shit, was to paint the devil, he would not do it in black colors, nor delineate him with a shag, coarse, woolly head, nor with thick lips, or short, flat nose, or clumsy feet like those of a bear. His devil would represent one of the different nation of people. But was he to draw an agreeable picture according to the African taste, he would dub it all over with a sooty black. All the Indians are strongly attached to and prejudiced in favor of their own color, that they think as meanly of the whites as we possibly can do of them. The English traders among them experience much of it, and are often very glad to be allowed to pass muster with the Indian chieftains as fellow brethren of the human species. One instant will sufficiently show in flattering glasses that they view themselves, in flattering glasses, they view themselves. Some time past, a large body of English Indian traders on their way to a Choctaw country were escorted by a body of Creek and Choctaw warriors. The Creeks, having a particular friendship for some of the traders who had treated them pretty liberally, took this opportunity to chide the Choctaws before the traders in a smart though friendly way for not allowing the English the name of human creatures. For the general name they give us in most of their favorable war speeches resembles that of a contemptible heterogeneous animal.
No, you're not about to read us no damn bedtime story. Get to your point.
Right. I was just about to ask, how many pages are you trying to read? Is there
I'm getting to it.
Okay. Okay,
Let's
right.
get into it.
Okay, you're gonna get to it after the next paragraph?
It's right here. I'm getting to it.
Okay, gotcha.
It's the next 2 paragraphs, these 2 paragraphs right here. The hotter or colder the climate where the Indians have long resided, the greater the proportion have they either red or white color. I took particular notice of the Shawano Indians as they were passing from northward within 50 miles of the Chickasaw country to that of the Creeks. And by comparing them with the Indians, which I accompanied to their camp, I observed.
Stop categorizing yourself, man. Don't categorize yourself. You're in a category,
bro.
He ain't about to do nothing but hang yourself with this source.
Hey, look, y'all should let him finish because he's telling y'all something really important.
Oh, he is? Okay. It's just said it's like, go ahead, baby. Read on.
Let me go ahead because you're kind of going slow. I
You know
observed
what?
in
You know what? It's
Toronto.
cool, y'all. It's cool.
Hold on. I'm reading it.
Lex, we just messing with
Lex,
you.
I was
Man,
reading
stop
it. You
crying.
Nah, it was a
decided you
mistake.
weren't
I
slow.
mean, y'all always disrespecting
Stop
my
crying,
It's
brother.
cool.
Lex, let me
So
go
let
ahead
me
and
let
read
me
it.
tell y'all when he was reading, when I say telling y'all something important,
Mhm.
remember the pale face came for a drop of blood,
They always hurting somebody's feelings.
right? J.A. Rogers in Section Race and Nature Knows No Color line say, and Superman and Man say that there was no self-respect in one of us that would touch one of them, and there was none of them that would touch one of us. How do you get one of us to get with one of them? You got to tell us we can't do it. You got to make us rebel against the order of the day. They had no beauty standard, but they can only develop one once they get their drop of blood because their genetics doesn't allow for it. This is why they wore the corset dresses with the fox fanny. Yep, nature knows no color line. He's telling you that when they came over here, we wouldn't mix with them. We wouldn't touch them motherfuckers. Right? So when you force a people until you get to the mulatto stage and the octoroon stage, you can turn them loose on either side of the fence and they'll mix for you to get the drop of blood throughout the spectrum. This is what he was reading when he was showing you that we ain't like them motherfuckers and they ain't like us. But they have to get their drop of blood some kind of way. And they unleash the rain of terror to get it. And they was brought over here to keep us from ever getting into the institutions to get to the information. Right? So this is what he's telling you in the story that he was reading is my man is describing how we perceive them, how they perceived us, and trying to figure out how to make us to perceive each other differently from two different sides of the world. Right? The snowman meet the sun man. Goddamn. Iceman inheritance. They got to go through a catharsis to get that evil shit out their blood that was put into them in the laboratory. The catharsis look like racism. It looks like sexism. It looks like oppression until they get fed up with the shit their parents did. That one drop of blood take hold in their psyche. They ain't gonna like that shit. So now you're gonna see pale faces. What Noble Drew Ali say? I'm gonna make the pale face tell you the truth. How are he gonna do that? He gonna talk to that one drop of blood. And that one drop of blood, I don't care what vessel it's in, it's gonna respond to the chief. This is what the whole crucible of God, great melting pot story that they're telling us the whole time. They telling us what they doing. And we not paying it no attention because it sounds like a slick slogan from the government. It's not. This is why eugenics was created, to make it look like they wanted to genocide us, to force us to accept some people we wouldn't accept. It's reverse psychology used at its maximum potential in a sociological instead of an individual capacity. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit no more. Now I'm trying to get, but I want my big mama back. Fuck the bullshit. Because when Big Mama come home and all of her daughters get their shit back, we good. We could figure out everything else at that point.
So when is that supposed to happen?
Now in real time.
Yeah,
It's going down real time right now. The process is processing.
I'm trying to rationalize.
What you just asked him about the time? What you just say, Freedom?
She said, when is it going to happen?
That's okay.
Oh, that was
It's
Nisha.
like part of that I must be missing
That
because
wasn't me, Dots. That wasn't me, Dots. That was Nisha that asked him that, baby.
I don't understand Big Mama. This part of me, I'm trying to.
You might not be one of us.
Or so it takes to be one of us.
He's a
in
Hebrew
order to
Israelite.
recognize
That
Big
should
Mama.
take.
He might not be.
Why wouldn't you understand Big Mama, but you understand Big Papa?
He's a Hebrew Israelite. I mean,
Listen,
there
I
you
don't.
go. That's their
But
doctrine.
I'm trying to figure
We're
out what is.
matrilineal people.
I'm
Yo,
trying to figure out
check
what
it,
is
man.
he talking about when
Yo,
he
check it.
talks about Big Mama.
is.
I don't like being left out of the conversation. I like to understand what's going on in a conversation. But literally,
Well,
I'm trying
Apostle,
to,
I think you missed some of the beginning when we were kind of talking about the return of the
I
matriarch.
do,
That's
maybe.
why
He
you're
said
maybe a
to
little
know
confused.
exactly
He
what
was
they
kind of explaining it earlier, so we don't want to rehash everything that he said earlier, but we can definitely get some clarity on that. What do you mean when you say the return of Big Mama?
They're restoring the matriarchal structure that the tribes operated on before the rogue patriarchs brought their Bible bullshit over here.
Paleolithic times.
It's just as simple as that. We say Big Mama because every clan called their tribal mother Big Mama. Or something like that. Mudia, Nana, right? It just depends on who she was, but the tribal mother, we called them Big Mama.
God, the bomb, cutie, you know all the good stuff, Apostle.
Yeah. I think I got it now. I think I got it.
Yeah. I think the mindset is different now. So there's really no type of Big Mama these days.
Oh, yes, it is, honey. Bring Big Mama back. That's why we got so much craziness in the world now, because we got so much disrespect.
But that's my point. You making my point. You making my point.
It goes back to what Ice Cube said when in the movie that the nature of the woman or the female compared to the male. The male always want to destroy. The nature of the female is to bring life. The nature of the man is to destroy. So when the male lion get with the lioness, if she got a cub, that male lion is going to destroy those cubs because they're not from him. But the female lion, she's going to protect them cubs with her life. So I understand the nature of the woman in comparison to the nature of men. Men want to blow shit up, excuse my expression. They want to destroy stuff. They want to come in and totally annihilate and start all over from what's in them. They don't want nothing. They don't want another man's seed running around in the yard, right? They don't want no other man's seed telling them, you ain't my father. Men are like that. So I understand. As a man that has
you're kind of proving
raising
the point
another woman's child.
Well, it's not just about another woman's child either, but you're kind of making the point because it's bigger than just because a lion would want to kill a lioness's cubs from another male. We know even what Rod Hayes was talking about, the state of nationality, all these arguments, all this warring with each other, that is the state of men, where you just said the lioness is going to protect her cubs or the woman is going to be about family. So this is about bringing about that aspect, bringing about being about family, more so being about wars, being about one nation is against each other or anything like that. And once we start with family, then we can build upon that. But we're not able to build off of the separation of the warring and different things that.
Look, that was an accurate description.
Rod, that come out you hellions' mouths. I'm sorry, but they are hellions.
Look,
what were you saying? That
he directly described the nature of lions, but what's the nature of the gorilla?
Same thing. A female gorilla.
No, not the same thing. When a male gorilla take over, he don't kill none of the babies.
Well, I know
father them all.
What I'm saying is, what my point of was, a female gorilla would take a puppy and raise it.
It's nature of the feminine.
Nurse it. That's a movie. Nurse it to her breast.
That is a movie.
So that's a movie.
Yeah, where you see
I'm
that?
just saying, a chimpanzee would take a dog, a puppy.
No, not no wild one. A wild one gonna eat that motherfucker. A
That's,
wild chimp gonna eat that motherfucker.
I'm gonna hurry
I'm
him.
telling you, a female, most female animals, like my dog, okay? She just came in the first heat. She's 11 months. Oh, she's beautiful too. But the first thing she does when she go in the yard, she dig. She dig a ditch. And
Is
she
she
lay in
digging
it.
the ditch or is she mimicking a fox digging the den?
No, she's mimicking a dog, what a wolf would do, not what a fox would do. She's
They
digging
still
a
dogs.
den. She's digging a den. A male dog.
Right. The reason why I pointed out the difference in the nature of the lion and the gorilla is the evolution of the masculine in the species. The evolved masculine understand that the nature of the feminine, she may have children when he meet her. And the evolved man is going to nurture and father them children like they his own. But the unevolved man is going to have an attitude with the children and become easily frustrated with them because they not his own. It's a difference. It's levels to this shit.
I understand, but we talking about gorillas or men because you're saying the uninvolved.
The same way you matched up the lions, I'm just showing you that the difference in the two species. The human species is above all that shit. But we don't want to accept that reality yet. We ain't culturally mature enough again. We have to remature back into the evolved beings we were when we nurtured everything on the planet, including the lion and the gorilla.
Well, I would agree with you that most men today are not equipped to raise another man's children.
We're going to skip that subject.
Most men.
Right.
Today,
that's why I wanted to actually bypass that, because why are we talking about raising other men's children?
Yeah.
But that's not the only.
It's a reality of life, though.
It is a reality of life, but that's not the only thing as far as matriarch. Some people aren't bringing other men's children to the relationship, and they're still going to be matriarchs that got to understand their role and the role of a woman. So what would you say as far as, with bringing Big Mama back, what is the role of women as we're mentoring each other and we're trying to get back to what we had before?
Earlier, one of the sisters mentioned their uncle had always surrounded himself with a group of women.
I was just getting ready to say that.
There's something else that happens when you surround yourself with a group of women. You live longer.
Most loyal soldiers.
Look, we ain't even
Never
got to that
worrying.
part. I'm talking
Fact.
about the energetic difference.
That's a fact.
Right? The mitochondrial support from multiple women allows the man to heal from some shit that he wouldn't have healed from without her. A group of women, a group of balanced women are Tesla coils of healing mitochondrial resonance. This metaphysical science in the tribes was based on metaphysics. We move on the earth like the stars move in the sky.
See,
Wait, Apostle, let him finish.
Yeah.
It's all energy. It's all energy and energy management, resource management. As the gods, we ain't supposed to be walking around here trying to pretend to be animals. We supposed to do God shit. So I'm not finna go pissing on every tree I walk past like a dog just because I'm a man. But a dog gonna piss on every tree he go past to make sure a person notices his territory. The most I'm gonna do is stake a totem pole.
Eventually he's gonna
right? If we gonna be gods, we gonna have to do some God shit. If we gonna be mortals, we gonna have to do some mortal shit. But the first thing we got to do is figure out the difference in the goddamn two. You can't call yourself a god, you don't do no God shit. You're just a mortal who aspire to godhood. But you have the potential to become the God as soon as you realize what it takes to ascend to that level. Everybody ain't on the same level. That's why information goes through trickle down. I might be able to tell one person something, and I could tell an entirely different person the same thing, and they both, one of them understand it, the other one don't. The one that don't can go talk to the other person I talked to, get the explanation, and it makes perfect sense to them. But it didn't make sense when I told it to them. But I told it to the person that explained it to them. So now you see that the information has to go through a trickle down effect. We playing Plinko with the knowledge. We just trying to get back to the balance of the nature and the human family by restoring the matriarch, because that's the natural structure of the human family, not because the women is better or not better than the man. Put the power where the power go. The machine run the way it's supposed to run, and we got heaven on earth. But if you keep the power where it don't belong, you're gonna always have misery and suffering as a result of people inappropriately applying power to the wrong places at the wrong time, creating the wrong result. It's basic mathematics.
Holistic herb, you've been waiting for a while. Go ahead. Holistic herb. Oh, he
He got
gone.
the same. He got the same first name as me.
I think it's something's happening with this connection because it keeps dropping.
Oh, okay.
Look, we almost 4 hours in, y'all. I'm getting tired now.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all remember, but when I was showing that family
Now,
history
Pat,
thing,
did you have another question you wanted to ask before Rod left? Did I just cut somebody off? I'm so sorry.
Yo, Tops, where you at, man, in Texas?
yeah, I was saying, can I just finish this real quick?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
I don't know if y'all remember, but when I was showing that thing about Charles Anson Campbell, he was born in 1767, September 16th. He died in 1906, before his 140th birthday. In 1900, he was listed head of household. He was 132 years old. His daughter, who was my grandma Adeline, if I can share my screen, I got an article from the newspaper.
Okay.
In Blackville,
Just
South
tell
Carolina.
us. We believe you.
Blackville, South Carolina, in 1945. She was 114. She's the daughter of Charles Anson Campbell. 30 days lacked her 115th birthday. So I got, I don't know, at least 5 or 6 people in my family right now, older than 100 years old, still living in my family.
That is wonderful. And Big Ombre, Bad Ombre, how are you doing? He got something against Big Mama. We already explained to you the difference. But you want to come up and tell us what you think about it? I mean, how could Big Mama ruin Black America? That's the part that gets me. But
He
you're
ain't
welcome.
talking about Big Mama. He talking about them feminists.
Movement, exactly. He's still
Yeah,
on.
that's not the same thing. He think it is, but it ain't.
But did
Yeah, a lot
anyone
of
have any more questions? We definitely want to
I'd like
let
to
Rod
hear him
Hayes go.
explain it.
He's been here for
Yeah.
4 hours now. So just
Okay.
if anyone has questions, if you guys could get your question out before he goes.
I just wanted to know where Top Cats is in Texas, because I'm out here in Cowtown. So I want to link up with the brother and see what we can do. That's what I'm talking about. The thing is, I just need to know where he at.
Where are you from, Shadow Feather?
Huh?
You got an accent. Are you from Jamaica?
No, man, it's a family of lineage kind of thing. I lived in the islands for a long time, man. I'm a globetrotter.
Oh, okay.
You see, Nyabingi, or if you want to speak what language you want to speak, I can speak it. And not to know Daijobu desu ka, or in whatever language you speak, I prefer twa. So the thing is, I just wanted to link up. I was just trying to shout out to Tops to see where he was at in Texas. so that I can link up with his. I think he have a BCU kind of like thing, and link up with the boy them on, so we can go to the Alamo to see what really went down.
Well, Top Cats normally don't give out his address.
Well, I'm not, man. It's
I'm
not
just
like
saying
that.
with you. I don't know if he's doing that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We not even sure if Top Cat's still listening because he ain't said nothing in a minute.
Right, Big
Yeah,
T,
Yeah,
are
he's
you
this ain't
muted.
even a
hold on,
He's
Big T,
muted.
place
are
to
you
do
still
that
with
though.
us?
Top
This
Cats,
ain't even
what's your address? Your
this ain't
He's
even a
address.
place
muted.
to do.
No, it's
What's your
Look,
address?
look, we not
No,
finna
man,
do
it's
we not
nothing
finna do
like
yeah, we're
public
not
that, man.
addresses because they got
Yeah,
some
this ain't
lunatics on
not
the
on
internet.
file or anything.
yeah. This is an
I
unstable
can tell you,
mind.
my
Rod
biological
Hayes,
father
Ebeniji
is
said you
from
can
San
send him the
Antonio.
email, but hold on, you guys, because I do want we do have to respect Rod Hayes' time. So I don't know, he may have stepped away too, Shadow Feather. So we'll just wait on your
Yeah, man,
questions till
respect.
later and
Yes,
see
I.
if anyone else has any questions for Rod Hayes at this time.
I don't have
No, but
any
I would like to
questions.
say thank you for coming and giving us your time. You've been more than patient. You laid another blueprint on how to have a conversation without it being too disrespectful, right?
Oh,
And
it was
I
great.
salute any any of my brethren that can do that and stand on their square. So
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming tonight. And someone had a question in the audience, so we'll just ask this really quickly before you go. I They said, I have a question. Are Moors and Indians and Aboriginals coming to realize they share the same issues in America? What would
Hell
you
no.
That is good.
Hell no.
What?
You say no?
Hell no.
Why you say that, Rod?
We fighting a war of feathers versus feathers. Hell no. The righteous Moors know what's up. The dirty Moors, fuck them niggas. The dirty Moors is different from the righteous Moors. They not the same people.
No, Taj feels like we all the same. That no, I mean, you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know. Taj is one of the greatest civics teachers to ever teach civics.
Yeah, he feels as though that we're all one people because he feels as though that the Moors are just melanated people.
I
Well,
think
we are
Comedian
melanated.
thinks.
I know that much.
I think Comedian thinks there's a difference.
I don't think so.
Yeah, well,
We
I
look. The
mean,
George Washington Challenge is a challenge between chiefs and 32-degree Scottish Rite Freemasons from England,
Right.
Spanish and French. That's what the George Washington Challenge about. What side of the ocean you originate from?
that part.
That's the George Washington Challenge. I didn't make that shit up. I just pulled it out the history books to show it to y'all.
Right.
It's the war between the two nappy head motherfuckers. The good had to suffer with the bad. And the pale face was the referee while he got his drop of blood in his reign of terror. We not the same people.
Mm.
Half the
That's sad.
motherfuckers ain't got no soul. And you know the ones that ain't got no soul because they stuck on the same foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of righteous Moors over here. They are under Angel Bay. If they ain't under Angel Bay, then they're gonna find out soon enough where the tribes stand with the dirty Moors, because they got all their names on the ledgers in the Moorish consulate, in the list of the dirt they did. That ain't my house to clean up. I'm just here to tell the people the story and where to find the information at.
Right.
Right. So if you don't know what the George Washington Challenge is, and you still barking nationality, you only half cocked. No, Drew Ali didn't say get a rudimentary Moorish education. He said get a good Moorish education. That means trace the motherfuckers back to their source. When they came out the Middle East from the Sinai Mountains under the Babylonian captivity with their blood magic, sex magic, and money magic, moved across the northern portions of Africa, across the Iberian Peninsula, and moved into Italy and called themselves Etruscans. Then they changed their name again. They keep changing their name because they don't think we know how to track their dumb ass.
Right.
They tell us the stories, Half of them went up into settle in West Turkey and formed the Ottoman Empire, what they call the Byzantine kings, right? So we know the difference in the people. It's
Right.
just that the ones that's the dirty Moors don't never want us to resolve the matter definitively. We ain't no goddamn Moors.
Sounds like the Horaps to me.
Moor is a catch term to encapsulate two separate groups of people under the same phenotypical identity for the purposes of a conjure war.
I like that. I like that.
That's what it's all about. Feathers versus fezzes.
I never heard it like that before. I like that.
Right.
It's all in the imagery, in the iconography. They got the pictures of the Moors over in Europe eating the babies. They telling us the whole time why they kicking them out of Europe. You think they wasn't gonna eat babies when they got here? Oh, they just stopped eating babies when they got here and started trying to pretend to be us and carry themselves like we do. They can't, they don't have the discipline and the internal fortitude to be able to assimilate all of the monotheistic religions they brought over here with them. They can't even follow that shit. And we became more Christians than the Christians, more Muslim than the Muslims, and more Jewish than the goddamn Jews. And we wasn't none of that shit before 1492. And now niggas want to stand up and argue that we some goddamn shit that wasn't over here before Columbus came and fight you to the goddamn death because you know who you is and it don't agree with the narrative that the settlers and the colonizers is forcing down our goddamn throats, telling us we came from somewhere else.
And
How
we'll
the
have
fuck
no
all our
problem
ancestors know how to
talking
navigate the
about
land if they ain't from here?
it.
Interesting. Interesting.
Thanks. So Jojo, did you have a quick question really quick? And
Like
please
quick,
make
yeah.
it like quick.
Quick.
Unmute yourself, Jojo, and then you can ask your question.
Yeah, so I had a quick
Jojo.
question. Yeah, I had a quick question for Hayes. So you telling me it's two different situations. The fight for reparations is for descendants of slaves. The fight for land is for aboriginals or Indians. Is that correct?
The fight for reparations is a distraction from all of the melanated people, no matter where they at.
Stop,
They
stop,
want
stop,
to.
stop, 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 stop. Wait a minute. Hold on. Stay where we at. You're telling me that the fight for reparations can only be claimed by descendants of slaves. Is that correct? Yes or no?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Okay.
saying that
I
the
thought you and Top
reparation, hold
Cats were
on,
saying
listen,
that.
listen. The reparations program that's been rolled out to us is for the descendants of slaves.
Okay,
They
that's
have
right.
not rolled out a reparations for us to recover the land.
So
That
stop,
didn't roll
stop.
out from
Stay
them.
with me. Hold on, stay with me. Let's
I don't know if
keep
they
it in
rolled out
keep it in
reparations for
buckets. Keep it in
slaves.
buckets. The fight for reparations is only for people who say that they're descendants for slaves. Yes or no?
Yeah, that's what the
All right,
fight for
cool, 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 cool.
reparations that
Now,
we
right.
following is. Yes.
Now, yeah, all right. I
Yeah,
just want
but
because
see,
you
see, see.
Top Cats,
One,
you and
hold on
Top
one
Cats
See,
kind
second,
of
brother.
agreed
weird
to
that
that.
they did
The
enslave
point that
people.
the
Minute.
point
Wait,
that you mentioned is
wait,
that
hold on. Let him talk. Let him talk real quick, Sister Freedom.
20 seconds, 10 seconds. The point that I think the brother is missing is the call for reparations started out of a agriculture, out of a farm, lands that had been ceded. So the people that time that was fighting, they were up in the age in their 70s and their 80s. So in 1989, they came out with HR 40, which was to study how they would do reparations. But it had nothing to do with the claim that was being made, which the land has been stolen. So for 40 years, they've been studying, and that's how it turned into an African narrative or the slave narrative.
So
They've
wait
been
a minute. Hold on,
they've been
hold on,
studying
hold
for
on.
40 years. Huh?
Hold on, Top Cats. Hold on, Cats. So you're saying that the fight for reparations, the people that are saying, I'm a descendant of slaves, got tied into people that said, I've been farming here for the last 400 years. Is that correct?
Well, slaves couldn't own land here until 1870. When we have, but most of us have family and land that goes back before 1870, so they wouldn't be African. So the slave in the story wouldn't be the African. The person who took it would be the people of the land. These are the people that were displaced through the Indian Removal Act and other laws and treaties that was passed.
S-
So
So Cats, listen to me. For Obama breaking off the Indians for a $500 million when he was in office, was that The fight for reparations or the fight for land?
No, sir. Obama's situation for the fight for land was called the Glickman case. I want you to look it up. Glickman, the Glickman case. Okay, that's where Obama came in, which came from 1999, and it was for 11 years, and then it was settled to who? To black farmers. Okay, so that's
No.
what
Top
it,
cats.
Obama
Listen.
tied to
Listen,
the land for a
anybody, hold on,
reparation, a
Cats,
formal
listen.
reparation
Cats,
towards the
listen.
land came
Anybody on
from the
Cats.
Glickman case.
Am I muted, yo?
No, you
Man,
good.
come on, man.
No,
Come
Anybody
but you
on,
on?
can't.
man.
Hold
Hold on,
on,
listen, just
Jojo.
listen.
One second.
Come
Wait,
on,
no,
I just
come
need
wait.
on,
One
clarification.
man.
second,
You want to
Jojo.
debate right now,
One second.
homeboy.
Yeah,
Chill out, Antoine. Chill
you
out.
if you ask a
We
question,
ain't doing no
Jojo, you have
debates.
to
We ain't
allow the
doing debates.
But
person
my question is
completely.
this.
Hold on, Jojo. Hold on, because you're about to do it to me, and I just want you to understand as far as what platform you're on, because you're on our platform, Unscrambled Minds. Welcome. So when you ask a question, it's no problem. You can definitely ask a question. We just want to allow everybody to get the whole full point across. And then if you have another question after that, then you can go or reiterate, but please do not interrupt someone in the middle of answering. Okay, go
So
ahead and
my
ask your question.
frustration is this: that American Indian is being paid. How do I, as an Aboriginal Indian, get paid? They are not recognizing me. I am not black. I'm not African American. They are not recognizing me to get a piece of the payment for retribution. That's
Okay,
what
well,
I'm
I
trying
asked
to get
Best question of
clarification
the
on.
day.
I asked you this here. How far have you got back in your genealogy?
So we have in my family trees. Anybody born from 65 up got a family tree, right? We got our family tree that goes back. My great grandfather is
Okay, so you know your
Caucasian.
story.
Hold on, don't cut me
My
off. Don't
reason
cut
for
me off.
asking
Don't
was
cut me
to
off.
ask.
Don't cut me off.
No, I mean you
Listen
answered
to
my
me. Listen
question,
to me.
brother.
Hold
Yes,
on,
sir,
listen
I'm
to me.
listening.
My great grandfather is Caucasian, right? He's white.
Okay, no problem.
Listen to what I'm saying. How are these fights for reparations and land? How are, at first, y'all agreed that it was descendants of Africans, which I'm not, is for reparations. The land, the fight for land is something totally different, which the American Indian is being paid. How do I get there? Rob
First,
Hayes, how do I get there?
that's the best question of the day, right? Because this is the reason why. The American Indian is not the aboriginals to the land. The American Indian is paper genocide the aboriginals to the land. The American Indian can be anybody that was rolled in under the Dawes Act. That don't got nothing to do with us. Our way is we cannot defeat them using their system. Our ancestors left us a system of redemption that I've been following for 5 years, and it's been working. We don't see all of the benefits yet because we coming out of a hazy period of trying to understand what's going on. The only way we can get our shit back is to go back to the great law, and that overrides the admiralty jurisdiction that's overlapping the land. All of that you see is these lands of demarcation that's establishing states is the legal fiction in operation on the land. The only way we can overthrow them is we have to go back to the old oral tradition of the tribes, put everything out in the open for the rest of the tribesmen and the clans people to see. And the more of us become aware, then their system will automatically start to deteriorate. It's scheduled to close March the 1st. So I don't see any way for them to resurrect that dead entity this time because there's not enough of us contracting with them anymore because we becoming aware. Once their system collapses, the tribal system, we have to go around the land having leadership summits and setting up new boundaries and removing all of the boundaries the settlers set. And this is how we get back to what's ours by following our system and stop following the system of the color of law, which they gave us under a uniform commercial code. And that's why they wear uniforms to look legitimate, even though they illegitimate.
So
all
Ron,
y'all
One
doing
second.
it right now?
hold on.
Wait,
Ron,
no, hold on, Apostle. Let Nisha go in, and then I'm gonna ask Big Chief the same question.
So all y'all working on that right now? I mean, y'all already doing it. Y'all been doing it. Y'all just found out about it. What's the how is it
I'm
looking?
5 years into the process.
Oh, it take a long time.
Yeah.
Oh,
People want an instant band-aid fix. This ain't the microwave result.
so what is this date, March?
Hold on,
March.
Apostle. 1 second, Apostle. Big Chief. So someone finds in their genealogy that they're indigenous, and they're seeing Native Americans or other indigenous tribes receiving reparations or restitution from the government. Should they go about trying to get that, or what should they be doing?
You have to, the tribal structure or the tribal rule is this. With the information that you know, you have to do the best that you can. When you learn more information, it allows you to do better than you were doing before, right? So those people that they call it Native Americans, and they not from over here.
But they
They
getting
was
reparations.
giving them titles by the government that don't belong over here either. So you got two left feet trying to do a right foot dance.
But they are getting the money. They got the
No, they getting
titles.
fiat.
Look, they
If they
got
was getting the
those.
money, they would be giving it to them in gold, silver, and other precious
Well,
materials.
they
They getting
got
fiat.
they got those casinos. They got their own particular land. It looks like a bunch of dirt. I understand that, and they barely making it, but they got it. Those people who we say are
That's
not
cap,
us,
man. That's cap.
they
No,
That's
they
they
cap,
they
living
Apostle.
on
they
reservation,
Exactly.
and
living
we
on
living
That's
in
cap.
big
reservations.
two story homes.
That's
So
right. But them
we not
casinos
having the
are
same reality.
making them money.
Not everyone though. Not everyone gets the money, and not every tribe that
That's
has
because
people.
there's some cheating
Let me
shit
say this.
going
Hold on, let
on.
me
I
say this
know that.
here, because you have federal recognized, and then you have state recognized. So you can be recognized by the state, but you that don't mean you'll be federal recognized. A lot of people that are federal recognized are those who chose to ally with this new confederacy that became the United States. So in return, they were granted certain benefits in the Constitution, even to retain the government to government relationship with this newly formed United States that was helped formed by the Indians and their associates. Now, once they came down south, they brought out what's called the Civilization Plan in 1791, George Washington, and they went to the tribes and offered them. They didn't just kick the door in, come in guns blazing. They went down there and offered them a seat at the table. Some people took it. The ones that opposed it, well, you see the civil wars come out through 1811 all the way up through the Civil War. So, long story short, I say this here far as the them having casinos or whatever, not everyone gets it, because a lot of those people were implanted after the Reorganization Act in the 1920s, where it wasn't traditional that the chieftain goes through the bloodline. Now the situation is set up exactly like the U.S. government, where now they vote in who they want in, and that's how they were able to insert their people in.
Yeah,
And
I don't know. I
so
don't know
they're
if
getting
y'all.
the money.
Look,
They're
I
keeping
we
like
the
we
that.
getting tricked by the money.
I like
The
that. I
money
like that.
has no intrinsic value in and of itself. It's only tied to contracts, and they allowed these casinos to be built in order to circulate enough notes to maintain the artificial currency and to artificially float the government. The money is a fiat currency. It's not backed by anything.
Okay.
It should be backed by gross domestic product or gross national product, but nothing backs the money. The US dollar is not backed by anything. You thinking that because they giving these people a whole bunch of monopoly money that they getting them currency, that they giving them real money. Real money is transferred in gold and silver. If these people are not collecting gold and silver and they collecting fiat currency, they not collecting money. They artificially floating the fractional reserve banking system, keeping them in power under the pretense of wealth. but the
Okay.
pretense is false. We
Ron,
got to get to the real money, back to the gold standard, back to the silver standard. If we
Ron, help
don't do
me.
that, then they fiat worthless piece of paper becomes our destiny. We don't want that shit. Fuck that.
Okay, Ron,
Wipe my
help
ass with it.
me. Help me. Help me. I can prove that my grandmother, Olivia Tony, and all the way back to her, they were, according to Ancestry.com, were Cherokees. They had to register. Then I can prove that my grandfather on my mother's side, okay, was born in 1864 and he was born a slave. His mama was a slave. They all were slaves. His older siblings were slaves.
Maybe you should try to get reparations then.
So what I'm saying, right, this is what I'm saying. What do
So
I do?
you need to contact the office in the diplomatic office in DC for Sierra Leone so you can fight for your reparations.
Look,
Because the Africans reclaiming their shit. So if you one of them, then you need to be fighting for your reparations like right along with them.
Yeah, well, I done had a delegation at my family union from Sierra Leone. Over 30 people, okay, came to my
I'm not arguing with that. I'm not disputing that. I'm just telling you that if you're trying to get reparations, you need to contact the consulate for Sierra Leone so that you can have a political body to represent you in your negotiations for your reparations. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what about my grandmother, Olivia? That's a Cherokee. Because I understand Cherokees are getting reparations.
Well, I have to ask you this question. Are you a matriarchal descendant or a patriarchal descendant? Meaning, do your ancestral
I said my grandmother.
Do your ancestral lineage pass down through your motherland or your fatherland?
I said my grandmother.
So then you can't fight for your Sierra Leone's reparation and fight for your grandmama too, because you're gonna have to choose.
Why can't I fight for both?
Because
they both are legitimate. Why
can't they both may be legitimate, but they only can pay out one claim.
Why is that? I disagree with that.
Well, for the
you got a right to disagree.
So you have
both sides of the
family.
So
listen, you have two different claims. You have a claim back in Sierra Leone. You have a claim in the U.S. Which in the U.S. they gonna ask you for that genealogy. You gonna have to prove, and they gonna want you to go back 6 generations.
DNA done proved it for
so
me.
hold on. Now you said that you do have a side on your grandma, which was your Cherokee side.
That sound like Dred Scott.
You said the Cherokee are getting paid. Well, you had the Cherokee versus Nash case. The Cherokee did bring in, let people come back in after they reconstituted their constitution in the 70s. The first one was in 1830, and they came back in the 70s, reconstituted their constitution, kicked the niggas out. 2017 Cherokee versus Nash, they had to bring them back in under a clause in the 1866 treaty that stated that they had just as much right to Indian and to the land than the mixed races who signed a treaty, because the mixed races were coming back into, they signed with the Confederate on the Albert Pike. So in 1866, they came back into the U.S. jurisdiction. The first time was in 1883, 1886, 88, and 71, the Treaty of Hosting, because they would still trade with the Spanish. And then 1794, they created their government. But they that case and the situation with the Cherokee, they once they came back in under 1866 treaty, that's why they had to come back in, because they had more right to being Indian than those people. So they brought them back in, Cherokee versus Nash. And yes, the federal government gave millions of dollars to the Cherokee because of that. But the Creek, the Choctaw, and these other tribes, they still haven't let their people in. So it's still allotment and still a lot of money that the government is owed, but it's not owed to them. It's owed to these people out here who don't know their genealogy, who's actually tied back to these treaties in their family history. And until we do that, we'll never know. That money just sit there. Like I brought up the Glickman case. Obama and them gave away the $50,000 to anybody can prove that their family member was a former at a certain time. And they had millions of dollars that didn't get paid out. For one, they didn't promote it. A lot of the politicians were against it felt like it was giving niggas reparations, but it was millions of dollars that stayed. And once the deadline was up, ain't no telling what they did with that money, but it didn't go to the people it should have went to.
Yeah. You know what makes me feel like the reason why we're not getting it? Because we as a people are not coming together. We're dividing ourselves over who in the hell was a slave and who in the hell been here all the time. And we are arguing, and I'm sitting there saying, why can't we be both? Why can't
Okay, 1 second while we get into that, because you said one thing that was important before. You were saying your DNA proves that you go back to a particular person. I just wanted you to know that your DNA isn't admissible in court. They say it's entertainment for a reason. They do not accept 23andMe, Ancestry, any forms of DNA in court. So you wouldn't be able to use that claim to divide everything back. But to your point here, I really want you to answer this. So, because I mean, this is a lot of things that draws us in. How they always draw us in is we're not moving forward because of the fact that we're not all coming together under one staple or under one thing as far as it. So, what do you feel like we could accomplish if we all came together?
I don't know, but let me say, when I'm talking about my DNA, I'm not talking about my DNA. I'm talking about my relative. I'm talking about the fact that I'm connected to this person, this person, this person, this person. And the way I can show that is through the DNA, not talking about Sierra Leone or Benin or this plot or this land. I'm talking about this person. These individuals, I'm listed as kin. I can show that I am from this generation here all the way back to Charles Anson Campbell, not just on my mother's side, but I can show it on my father's side, all the way back.
1 second, Apostle. So Peace, Rod Hayes was just saying like he really has to go, y'all. Peace, thank you so much for coming again. It was an awesome conversation that we had with you the whole time. Anything you want to say before you have to drop down?
No, I appreciate y'all having me for a guest. I don't know when I'll be back, but anytime I can help try to get us to understand that our ancestors left us a structural system, that if we remember our culture, we don't have to ask nobody for shit. We tell everybody where they belong on our land. They don't tell us where we belong. They don't ship us off to plantations and call them reserves. Them people have nothing to do with us collectively. Those were people that was made native by presidential orders. That don't make them organic to the land. And so as soon as y'all get that through y'all head, we gonna make progress at lightning speed. But the process is slow because we have to wake up a certain percentage of us to activate our motherline's matriarchal right to bring back in the great law at the close of the old age in the dawn of the new age. They told us everything, and I've drug all of the secrets out in the open because I was asked to by a series of chiefs that preceded me. Now, this shit ain't no secret no more. It's the cognitive dissonance and rationalizing the information that's the problem. Right? So I know what I'm doing to help us, but don't nobody else have to know. Because it might be, it's a possibility, it's above their pay grade and their spiritual rank in order to know what I'm doing. Because this shit is complicated for me and I'm actually doing it. So for somebody who don't have the same spiritual guidance to the same level, they might think I'm crazy for 20 years after they figure it out. Because I would have had to be crazy to see all this shit for what it is. Because the only sane person in the insane world is the crazy motherfucker. And all this shit is insanity to me. So everybody got different perspectives of looking at stuff. I don't mind people disagreeing with me. We ain't supposed to all have the same opinion about everything all the time, or else we'd just be some go along to get along, spineless ass people trying to figure out our way and getting our head busted every turn. So we got to be willing to accept the constructive criticism, and the ones who don't understand, they're going to lash out because they don't really get it. Right. So I appreciate y'all for having me.
Yeah,
And it was a
we
great
do
And
bill.
hope
we
to have you
appreciate you
back.
for coming.
And we want you to come with Empress Rarebird, and we'll keep everybody off. We can always get Big Chief to come back and stuff, but it can just be you guys really teaching us and really having a conversation, because we would love for you to expand more on everything that you're teaching us now.
Mm-hmm. Empress Redbird gonna probably be tied up for the next couple months. I don't know if I'll be able to get her free, but I'll try. But Typecast, we definitely got a link because
For sure, I
you
got you, Uncle. I'm gonna make it happen. Be looking for me in your DM.
for sure.
All right, peace.
We're okay with waiting a couple months, so just
Okay.
whenever you guys are free, definitely you're always welcome.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
peace, Rob.
Thank
All
you so
right.
much again.
All right, peace, Chief.
All right. Peace to the family.
Peace, Rod. Thank you for
Shalom.
coming. Thank you so much.
Y'all welcome.
Shalom.
Don't be no stranger. Shoot.
You know what
Right,
I
that
wanted
was
to
real
know? I
good.
wanted to know this real quick.
But when your brother La got up there, I'm sorry. Oh,
Wait, let Nisha
You
go
always
ahead
do that,
and
Freedom.
yeah.
She always do that. Go ahead, Nish.
you do too, so we
I
even.
want to know if everybody that's fighting for land, have they already found the land that they are owed? Do they have the geographical location? Do they know exactly that this is their land, or is it just land as a whole? Y'all just want some shit. I just want to know.
Only thing I
Nisha
know,
crazy.
I just purchased
Both.
10.6
crazy.
acres in Tennessee. That's what I know. I just purchased 10.6 acres in Tennessee, and it cost me $80,000.
What are you gonna do with it, Apostle?
I'm building my house.
Apostle,
I'm
that's not
building my
what Nisha.
home.
That's not what Nisha asked, though.
But to Nisha's question, Dot's answered it. It's both. There's some people that have
Yeah,
already found their land in their family. They've gotten it back. Some people that found
I know the land
some
that they
people
come
that found
from.
their land in their family and they're trying to get
Yeah,
it back. And then there's some people that just want land, that just like, we deserve the land, and they're not
right.
finding it in their family or anything. They just like, everything that's been done to us, we deserve land.
And most importantly, I want to point out that a lot of people, everyone's land wasn't taken. So when we have
Right.
land in our family, we have family cemeteries. We
Right.
have a lot of people didn't lose their land. A
Right.
lot of people sold their land. A
Right.
lot of people got tricked to go into those great migrations in the 1800s, all the
I
way
can
up to the 20th
right.
century, where we see two large great migrations after the World War. So
Right. I can
um,
go to Charles Anson Campbell's grave right now, and it's been moved because of the Savannah River project. But I know in 1900, when he died in 1906, he was buried in a steel iron box, and it's bricked up all over it. And ain't a black person 30 miles near buried like he's buried. I guarantee it.
Let me ask you this question, Top Cat, based on what you said, because I've mentioned the Hardmans that came from Alabama and went into Texas and came into Oklahoma. Now, I found the land patents, um, and they're still in his name. Now, this is my uncle. This is my fourth uncle, fourth great uncle. What you think happened at that time?
what year? What time frame was it?
This was like 1880s, 1880s.
Okay, 1880s. Politics were changing in Texas. They were
This is
moving
this
out to
is this is Georgia
okay Georgia.
before he
Okay,
got to Texas.
Yeah,
He
well,
just stopped it. He just stopped in Texas, then came to Oklahoma.
yeah, well, they was moving people out of there. Y'all look up Fort City, Georgia. Anybody Google up in 1900, early 1900s, Georgia tried to remove all black people out of the state. Y'all look that up. Look those records up right there.
Okay.
Wow,
Yeah.
and they ended up with probably more.
Say it one more time, Top Cats, for the people.
Georgia in the 1900s, Georgia attempted to remove all black people from the state. Yeah,
Okay.
that was all they land.
Okay.
That is crazy.
Mm.
So, but what happened, Top? They ended up with more black people.
Yeah, but that's why you got a lot of black European heritage down there.
Yeah.
A lot of them Indians went west. A lot of the black Europeans down there.
Say
Peace,
that.
Brother Law.
There it is.
Hey, Brother La. Assalamu alaikum.
Peace, Brother
Oh,
Locke.
you're muted. Okay, there you go.
Peace and blessings to everybody up on the panel.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Peace.
Alaikum salam. I basically
Yeshua.
jumped on for
Yeshua.
2 reasons. Excuse me?
I said Yeshua.
You said what?
Allah.
Inshallah, he said.
God willing for what?
Just greeting you, brother.
Shalom, brother.
Right. He's Hebrew Israelite. It's okay.
It's all right. He's the elder. It's okay. Dosane, I heard you say something in regards for DNA. It's not received by the courts.
It's not admissible in court. Yes, you cannot use your DNA.
Are you able to source that?
In order
Sure.
to determine
I'll get that
biologic
for you. Hold on.
In order to determine
And while she pulling
children,
that up, I say this here. Here in the southeast, if you want to go claim your Indian heritage, you have to. They don't accept DNA tests. You have to show ancestry through paperwork and provide evidence through documentation that you are related to these people. In order to, they don't go by DNA here.
right?
I second that.
Like I will go to my mother, to her mother, to her mother, to her mother, and show it.
Yeah, that's the only way you can do it. And you can't. It can't be your auntie. It can't be your uncle. It has to be your direct line,
right?
In order to for them
It's not
to
even
get
admissible in
citizenship.
court. That is a waste of money. It's a waste of money.
I'll show you a picture of my mother, and most of you will say, "Yeah, got that."
Is this a credible source for you? The national
Cause for a past court case. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, if I have a past court case that was denied because of the
Court
DNA.
case.